Part 1. Old World Roots, Black Hand and Mafia Wars, 1890 to 1920. Detroit's first taste of organized crime took root in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, amid waves of Sicilian immigration. Small Sicilian enclaves formed in Detroit's Lower East Side, around the Eastern Market, Little Italy area, and in downriver towns like Ford City and Wyandotte. Within these communities, Old World criminal traditions, notably the Black Hand extortion method and Sicilian Mafia secret society, found new ground. Early Sicilian gangsters brought with them campanalismo, loyalty to one's hometown, and a vendetta culture, clustering by village of origin. This led to rival factions based on Sicilian hometowns, for example. Alcamo Trapani province immigrants versus Terracini, Sinisi, of the Palermo province immigrants, each forming separate criminal groups. These factions vied for control of rackets in Detroit's growing Italian colony, reproducing Old World feuds on new soil. By the 1900s, two nascent underworld formations emerged. One was led by Pietro Mirabile, an Alcamo-born saloon keeper in Detroit's Rivard Street, Little Italy, who portrayed himself as a community man of honor while dabbling in kidnap and extortion rackets. The other was a group of young mafiosi from Terracini, near Palermo, the Gianola brothers, who were building a base in Ford City and Wyandotte through produce businesses. These parallel Sicilian networks set the stage for Detroit's first mafia conflicts. Early on, some cooperation existed. The Mirabile faction even included future Gianola ally Vito Adamo, but underlying hometown rivalries and competition for territory would soon erupt into violence. It's crucial to distinguish the Black Hand phenomenon from the structured mafia, though in Detroit they overlapped. Black Hand, La Mano Nera, was not a specific gang but a method of extortion, anonymous letters threatening death, kidnapping, or arson unless money was paid. Many early Italian criminals in Detroit employed Black Hand tactics against their fellow immigrants. The Mafia, by contrast, was a secret society with hierarchical leadership, boss, lieutenants, soldiers, and codes of loyalty. In practice, Detroit's early mafiosi often used Black Hand schemes as one of their rackets. For example, Salvatore and Vito Adamo, Sicilian brothers who rose to prominence by 1905, extorted Italian shopkeepers via Black Hand letters, while also styling themselves as mafia protectors for the community. Meanwhile, the Gianola brothers engaged in Black Hand extortion in downriver areas and Detroit's east side, provoking Italian merchants to seek protection from the Adamos' White Hand Society. Thus, Black Hand extortion was the weapon, the Mafia was the organization, and early gang bosses wielded the former to build the latter. In the 1910s, Detroit police recognized the Black Hand scourge and even formed special squads to combat it in the Italian Quarter. Nonetheless, the Mafia wars that soon consumed Detroit were often reported as Black Hand feuds in the press, illustrating how blurred the line was in public perception. In summary, by 1910, Detroit had the makings of a Detroit combination, a nascent Sicilian-American underworld rooted in Old World traditions. Two main factions, Adamo Mirabile versus Gianola, had crystallized, both engaging in extortion, protection rackets, and illicit trade. The stage was set for violent turf wars that would define the 1910s and forge the foundations of Detroit's Mafia family. Now, we are going to tell you the story of the Detroit mob, beginning in the very early 19th century. By the end of the 19th century, Sicilian immigrants began settling Detroit's east side, notably around Monroe Avenue and Rivard St. and in downriver communities. Early Italian mutual aid societies, for example, Garibaldi Society, formed to help newcomers. Unofficial Italian neighborhood bosses emerge, including Pietro Mirabile. Pietro Mirabile was the earliest known Sicilian mafia boss in Detroit. Born in Alcamo, Trapani, ran a saloon on Rivard Street and fronted as a community leader while leading a Black Hand gang. Mirabile's faction, the Alcamo clan, included Vito Adamo early on. By 1898, Pietro Mirabile established a saloon on Rivard St. The first reports of Black Hand letters appeared in the Detroit News. By 1905, brothers Salvatore Adamo and Vito Adamo, immigrants from western Sicily, Salemi became recognized leaders of a Sicilian gang on Detroit's Lower East Side. They provided protection to Italian merchants against Black Hand extortions, essentially running a protection racket. The Adamos are later credited as the city's first organized crime bosses, running illicit breweries, charging merchants for protection, and operating an Italian lottery, a numbers game. By this time, Detroit newspapers began reporting on Black Hand outrages, extortion letters, bombings in the Italian colony more intensely, reflecting growing public awareness of Italian gang crime. Vito Adamo was born in 1880 in Salemi, Sicily. He co-led the Adamo gang with his brother Sam. Italian businessmen championed him as a protector against extortion. Ran a grocery and saloon in Ford City, also a traveling wine peddler. Vito was the mastermind of the White Hand Society scam, extorting Italians under the guise of protection. His younger brother, Salvatore Sam Adamo, was born in 1892. Their crew included Filippo Buccellato, in-law of the Castellamarese clan, and ex-cop Ferdinand Palma. The year 1910 marked a significant shift as Antonino Toni, Gianola and his younger brothers, Salvatore Sam and Gaetano, arrived on the scene from Terracini, Sicily. They established the Wyandotte Fruit Company in Ford City and swiftly dominated produce and grocery markets downriver. Antonino Toni, Gianola, was born in 1878 in Terracini, Sicily. He was known as Tony the Scourge in some press, or as part of the triumvirate of terror with his brothers. He was the eldest of the Gianola brothers, who established Wyandotte Fruit Company and a produce monopoly in downriver Detroit. Tony was known for both brutality and entrepreneurial skill. He was into grocery and macaroni businesses. Salvatore Sam, Gianola, was born in Terracini in 1887. He was Tony's younger brother and chief enforcer, notorious for hands-on violence. Gaetano Tano Gianola was the third of the Gianola brothers. There is not much information available about him, but sources indicate he probably served as the gang's consigliere. By 1911, the Gianola brothers were extending operations into Detroit's eastern market and encroaching on Adamo territory on the east side. A brief shaky peace existed as the two factions sized each other up. However, tensions built. That year, Sam Gianola was arrested for stealing a shipment of olive oil and wine. He misrepresented himself as the owner to a shipping warehouse and captured a shipment. Stolen cases were found at the Gianola's Ford City grocery. The victimized company declined to press charges, illustrating the Gianola's influence or intimidation. Tony Gianola suspected that a Ford City associate, Sam Buendo, had informed police about stolen goods at the Gianola store. In late 1911, Buendo's mutilated and burned corpse was found in a field, a Mafia-style killing signaling the Gianola's deadly resolve. The Gianolas also began terrorizing produce competitors. For example, in 1911, a rival fruit seller's horse was doused with acid after he refused to quit business. Reports later linked this brutality to Sam Gianola, but witnesses vanished and cases didn't make it to trial. By early 1912, the Gianolas started undercutting the Adamos's profitable beer sales in Detroit, slashing beer prices to lure saloon clients. They also escalate Black Hand extortions in Detroit's Italian district, prompting local businessmen to rally behind Vito Adamo as their protector in a White Hand society, so named for opposing the Black Hand. Vito Adamo cunningly exploits this. His own men secretly stage Black Hand threats, then Adamo's group charges victims for protection from those threats, effectively double extorting the community. This scheme earns Vito the nickname the White Hand and enlarges his bankroll. Meanwhile, the Gianolas align with crime boss Pietro Mirabile for support in Detroit proper. In early 1913, the Adamos leveraged their financial clout to fight back. They started giving away free ice with beer deliveries to undercut the Gianolas' prices. Ice was essential for refrigeration to keep beer cold. The price war soon turns violent. In April 1913, two Gianola gang members, William Catalano and John Gervaso, are shot to death in Detroit, presumed victims of Adamo's crew. Retaliatory beatings, stabbings, and shootings occur on both sides throughout spring 1913. Carlo Calecca, a Black Hand extortionist tied to the Gianolas, was gunned down on August 6th before dying on August 8th. Calecca reportedly identified Vito Adamo and an associate, Filippo Buccellato, as his shooters. Adamo and Buccellato were arrested and put on trial for murder. In a dramatic courtroom twist, Calecca's widow and a boarder testified that Calecca had said he did not recognize his assailants, contradicting the earlier dying accusation. The jury acquitted Adamo and Buccellato in October 1913 due to this conflicting testimony. When Adamo walked free, all hell broke loose, as one author put it. Amid the feud, the Gianolas themselves are arrested after a fierce gunfight on September 20, 1913, in downtown Detroit. Tony and Sam Gianola allegedly exchanged fire with rivals, wounding an innocent passerby. They were surprisingly charged only with weapon violations and quickly released. It was a sign of witness intimidation or a lack of evidence, common in these feuds. The violence resumed immediately. In October 1913, a failed assassination attempt on Tony Gianola survived an ambush. Sensing that the Adamos would keep coming, the Gianolas decided they must eliminate the rival leadership entirely. Around this time, the Gianola brothers struck at one of Adamo's key allies, Ferdinand Palmer, a former Detroit police detective who had become a banker and labor fixer closely associated with the Adamos. In early November 1913, Palmer was shot and wounded in an apparent hit. The Adamo brothers were arrested as suspects. Police thought they might have double-crossed their friend, but they convincingly claimed to be Palmer's friends and were released. On Nov 24, 1913, the Gianolas delivered the coup de grace. On a late afternoon in Detroit's Little Italy, Vito Adamo, age 30, and his brother Salvatore Sam Adamo, age 21, left their partner Pietro Mirabile's saloon at Mullet and Rivard Streets, heading home down Mullet Street. Two men loitering by 170 Mullet Street suddenly produced sawed-off shotguns and blasted the Adamo brothers at close range. Both Adamos were mortally wounded in the street gutter. Vito died en route to St. Mary's Hospital. Salvatore succumbed shortly after at the hospital. The assassins escaped in a waiting automobile and were never positively identified. It was a precise Gianola victory strike. The press headlines screamed of two Italians, brothers, slain in vendetta. 9 men in total were killed during this 1912-13 war, according to contemporary counts, with many others wounded. Later narratives put the toll higher, calling the Gianola-Adamo feud a conflict that left dozens of bodies strewn across Detroit. With the Adamo brothers dead, the Gianola gang stood victorious. Italian newspapers report 10 killed, 6 wounded, Black Hand record in Detroit in 11 months, underscoring the war's brutality. Vito and Sam Adamo were buried on Thanksgiving Day 1913 at Mount Olivet Cemetery with a large turnout of mourners. Vito's widow swore an oath of vengeance at the graveside, which some believe led to later retaliatory murders by remaining Adamo loyalists. Indeed, a widow's revenge bomb in April 1914 killed 2 Gianola men, as noted by the press at the time, though that subplot remained murky. After the Adamos' elimination, Tony Gianola, aged 35, became the de facto top Mafia boss in Detroit. The Gianola brothers and their Terracini faction seized control of Italian rackets citywide. Their dominance was confirmed in the spring of 1914 by the final defeat and ouster of Pietro Mirabile, the old Sicilian boss. The Gianolas had waged a long struggle against Mirabile's Alcamo crew from 1911 to 1914, ultimately forcing Mirabile out. Mirabile survived but eventually returned to Sicily, dethroned. Thus, by mid-1914, Detroit's Italian underworld was unified under the Gianola brothers' leadership. Salvatore Sam Gianola serves as Tony's chief enforcer, while brother Gaetano Tano Gianola acts as a consigliere. The Gianola gang includes a number of ambitious young mafiosi who will later rise to prominence, such as Giuseppe Joe Zerilli, William Black Bill Tocco, John Vitali, Angelo Melli, Salvatore Catalanote, Leonardo Black Leo Celura, Angelo Polizzi, and others. The Gianola crew controlled extortion, gambling, and the supply of beer and spirits, despite Michigan's early move toward prohibition. A fragile peace held for a few years under Gianola's rule, but the seeds of the next war are already present in their ranks. The Gianola organization showed its violent methods in peacetime as well. Two Jewish-American merchants, Harry Paul and Morris Harris, who dared to run an independent grocery in Wyandotte, were murdered in November 1916. Sam Gianola had tried to take over their store. He put down a deposit to buy it, then defaulted on the balance. When the sellers confronted him for the $6,800 balance, they were shot dead shortly after. Sam was arrested on suspicion, but predictably, no witnesses came forward and he was released. This incident showed the Gianola's monopoly enforcement. By 1916, they tolerated no competition in the Italian produce and grocery trade and resorted to murder to maintain their racket. The case also hinted at their impunity, likely due to fear in the community. By 1917, tensions built inside the Gianola camp. In October 1917, the United States entered Prohibition's ramp-up phase. Michigan's state prohibition law began in 1918, making the liquor trade a far more lucrative prize. The Gianola gang was poised to profit from smuggling Canadian liquor. However, fissures appeared between Tony Gianola and one of his top lieutenants, Pietro Peter Bosco. Bosco, a close friend of Giovanni John Vitale, quarreled with Tony over the sharing of profits from a bakery business they co-owned. The dispute turns deadly. On October 23, 1918, Peter Bosco was shot to death in Detroit. It was widely believed that Tony Gianola ordered Bosco's murder over the business fallout. Giovanni John Vitale was born in 1876 in Cinisi, Sicily. Initially, Vitale was a trusted Gianola lieutenant and a key figure in the liquor racket. John broke away after Bosco's murder to lead his own faction, the East Side Ford City Group, taking with him the Bosco group of mobsters loyal to their clique. Vitale was known for cunning and ruthlessness, described as hyper-vigilant and willing to import out-of-town hitmen. He allied with names including Peter Bosco, until his death in 1918, Sam Cipriano, Joseph Joey, Stefano, and underlings like Vito Renda and Salvatore Evola. The Gianola gang was now split into two rival Mafia factions, setting the stage for Detroit's Second Internecine War. Gianola-Vitale War is often called one of Detroit's bloodiest underworld wars. The conflict between the Gianola brothers and John Vitale erupted in late 1918 and raged through 1919 into 1920. By late 1918, John Vitale established an independent organization, aligning with remnants of Bosco's crew and other dissidents. Both factions compete for control of the lucrative liquor smuggling rackets now burgeoning with Prohibition's dawn. The Volstead Act would take effect in January 1920, but Michigan was already dry due to the Damon Act of 1917, which Henry Ford helped pass in Detroit because he wanted sober workers in his factories. Each side recruits gunmen. Many future Detroit Mafia leaders earn their stripes in this war. Giuseppe Joe Manzello, Angelo Melli, Bill Tocco, and Joe Zarilli fought for the Gianolas, while many others joined Vitale. Drive-by shootings and street ambushes become frequent, terrifying the Italian neighborhoods. Contemporary accounts described it as an absolute terror where bodies fell like raindrops, and later estimates attributed over 100 deaths to this feud, although modern scholars suspect that number is inflated. Police recorded killings are likely several dozen. Regardless, by all accounts, the carnage was intense. The Vitale faction struck the first major blow, and on the evening of January 3, 1919, Antonino Tony Gianola, age 40, was assassinated. Tony was reportedly paying respects at a family wake when a gunman lurking in an alley ambushed him, shooting Tony in the head and chest. Police found Tony's lifeless body outside 89 Rivard Street in Detroit's Little Italy. This removal of the boss decapitated the Gianola gang's leadership. Tony's funeral with a lavish procession took place days later, and his widow Rosa famously vowed revenge at the gravesite, much as Vito Adamo's widow had. Tony's younger brother Salvatore Sam Gianola succeeded him as boss of the Gianola faction at the age of 31. Rumors circulated that Sam Gianola, shaken by his brother's murder, considered negotiating a truce and even planning to leave Detroit for a new life in Cincinnati, where the Gianolas were preparing to start a macaroni factory. But first, Sam sought to avenge Tony. The war intensified with tit-for-tat attacks. Early Feb 1919, Vitali's men attempted to assassinate Sam Gianola. On February 6, 1919, gunmen ambushed Sam in Detroit. He survived unharmed, but his brother-in-law Pasquale Patrick Diana was killed in the attack. Diana was married to the Gianolas' sister, linking him by family ties. This was a devastating personal blow to Sam. He became determined to hit back hard at Vitale. In one of the war's most brazen episodes, Sam Gianola orchestrated an attack inside the Wayne County Jail. On February 26, 1919, three of John Vitale's associates, Vito Renda, Salvatore Sam Evola, and 17-year-old Joe Vitale Jr., John's son, arrived at the county jail. They were met by two men from the Gianola faction who had infiltrated the jail corridors. The Gianola gunman opened fire point-blank on the Vitale group right in the jail's hallway. Vito Renda was shot over 20 times and fatally wounded. As he lay dying, Renda broke the Mafia code of silence and gasped the name Sam Gianola as one of his shooters to the astonished authorities. John Vitale's teenage son Joseph and ally Sam Evola were also hit by bullets but survived their wounds. This sensational crime, a Mafia hit carried out on law enforcement premises, led to Sam Gianola's arrest and indictment for Renda's murder. However, when Sam Gianola stood trial later in 1919, he beat the case. A jury took only 50 minutes to acquit him of Renda's murder. It is likely Renda's deathbed statement was ruled inadmissible or insufficient. The quick acquittal underscored the difficulty prosecutors faced in penetrating the code of silence and fear. Sam walked free, emboldened. The war's ferocity prompted attempts at mediation. In mid-1919, surviving Mafia leaders from both sides held a sit-down peace meeting. Underworld legend claimed an agreement was reached to divide turf and halt the bloodshed. Indeed, as of May 1919, hostilities seemed to be lulling, giving false hope of peace. But with the approach of national prohibition, Jan 1920, new opportunities to make millions in bootlegging stirred gang ambitions anew. The truce collapsed by autumn 1919. Sam Gianola, still the prime target for Vitale's faction, perhaps should have fled when he had the chance. On the afternoon of October 2, 1919, Salvatore Sam Gianola, 32, went to the American State Bank branch at Russell and Monroe in Little Italy to cash a $200 check. As Sam stepped out onto the sidewalk, three gunmen sprang from hiding and fired a hail of bullets at him. Sam, riddled with over 24 slugs, staggered back inside the bank and collapsed dead on the floor. The assassins escaped in different directions, leaving witnesses stunned. Detroit newspapers bannered Sam Gianola, feudist, slain, shot 28 times. With Sam's death, the last of the original Gianola brother triumvirate was gone, and the Gianola faction fractured without clear leadership. Notably, Sam left behind an underworld fortune. He was reportedly carrying large sums of cash and had significant assets, but his death effectively marked the end of his family's dominance. As far as we know, Tano Gianola, the youngest of the Gianolas, survived and returned to Sicily. John Vitale, having eliminated his main rivals, assumed the mantle as Detroit's Mafia overlord. As 1920 began, Vitale was widely considered the top boss on the streets. However, the Gianola splinter groups coalesce around two up-and-coming figures, Giuseppe Joe Manzello and Salvatore Sam Catalanote. Giuseppe Joe Manzello, as some newspapers called him, Young Joe Manzello, was a Gianola gang gunman who was born in the late 80s. He led a splinter group of younger East Side mafiosi disillusioned with Vitale's leadership. Joe was charismatic among peers and attracted recruits. He was close with Angelo Melli and Angelo Polizzi, two future mob bosses. These younger leaders and their followers harbored deep resentments against Vitale for killing their former bosses. The blood feud thus continued into 1920, albeit with new players. On August 10, 1920, Joe Manzello, the 20-year-old leader of one Gianola splinter, often called the East Side Gang, was gunned down. While Manzello chatted on a curb with his allies, Angelo Melli and Angelo Polizzi, a carload of Vitale shooters roared past and sprayed them with bullets. Manzello was hit 8 times and died of his wounds days later. Polizzi was hit 7 times but survived. Melli miraculously escaped injury. Manzello's murder enraged his faction. They blamed Vitale and vowed revenge. The next day, Manzello's crew struck back. Led by Joseph Zerilli, Manzello's close friend and roommate, a team of Eastsiders ambushed and murdered Antonio Tony Badalamenti, John Vitale's nephew and top lieutenant. Badalamenti was shot dead in front of his grocery store on the west side. Police swiftly rounded up Zerilli, his cousin Bill Tocco, and several others for the hit. However, all suspects beat the charges within 2 days, due to a lack of evidence or witnesses. Indeed, they were released on August 13. Tensions now peaked, both sides were taking losses, and the younger mafiosi refused to relent. On August 18, 1920, in a chaotic incident, a group of those recently freed men allegedly tried to kill John Vitale, but instead murdered John's son, Giuseppe Joe Vitale Jr., age 17. At 3:20 a.m., as John Vitale, his wife and son were leaving their home, gunmen in 2 cars riddled them with bullets. John Vitale himself was wounded, but not fatally. His wife was spared, but young Joe Vitale was killed. Some suggest the shooters mistook the son for the father in the darkness. Others think they intended to kill both. Regardless, the vendetta's overlord, John Vitale, was now bereaved and furious, yet also increasingly cornered. The war's climax came when John Vitale was himself assassinated. In the early hours of Sept 28, 1920, Vitale was driving near Marantet and 14th Street after leaving a meeting with his attorney about an upcoming trial, when 2 automobiles filled with gunmen trapped him. The attackers opened up with shotguns. Vitale is struck by 18 bullets and dies instantly in his car. One newspaper headline read, "Feudist chief falls to foes, another slain, vendetta's overlord murdered," underscoring that a second person, a bystander or accomplice, was also killed or wounded in the fray. No one was ever charged in Vitale's murder. With Vitale gone, the war finally ended, leaving virtually all its original principals dead by the late 1920s. Contemporary press described this series of Sicilian vendetta killings as the most brutal in Detroit's history, noting how even family members were not spared. A lasting peace is brokered under the auspices of Salvatore Sam Catalanote, age 27, a respected mafioso who had remained neutral enough to mediate between factions. Sam Catalanote was born in Alcamo, Trapani, Sicily, on 15 February 1893, as the son of Mariano and Angelina Catalanote. Catalanote immigrated to Detroit, Michigan in 1912. He arrived from Palermo with the SS Ancona, landing in Ellis Island on the 4 June 1912. He was also known as Singing Sam and Sam Sings in the Night because he liked to sing after the dinners he organized in his home. Unusually, he was originally affiliated with the Mirabile Adamo group, the Alcamo origin, but he also became trusted in the Gianola regime. By 1919, Catalanote was president of Detroit's Unione Siciliana, a powerful community organization often linked to Mafia influence. He was a Gianola gang caporegime by age 20, mentored by Gaetano Gianola. Catalanote skillfully navigated the gang war, surviving and maintaining good relations with various factions. In Thanksgiving 1920, Catalanote chaired a meeting of the remaining Italian gang leaders, notably Big Chet Chester Lamari, a Vitale ally from Hamtramck, Joe Zerilli and William Tocco, young Gianola side leaders, and hammered out a new territorial division of Detroit. Detroit's underworld was essentially split into an East Side mob, led by Zerilli, Tocco, Mealy, etc., loyal to Catalanote, and a West Side mob, led by Lamare and his allies. This Pax Mafiosa was called the Pascuzzi Combin, a unified liquor and vice syndicate that gave each gang its own turf while coordinating overall operations. Catalanote, who also served as president of Detroit's Unione Siciliana, a Sicilian fraternal society, emerged as the city's unofficial boss of bosses in the 1920s. The Detroit combination was now truly seeded, a cohesive mafia family that would prosper through the Prohibition era under a power-sharing structure. Chester "Big Chet" LaMarie was born in 1884 in Basilicata. He was an outsider to the Sicilian core. However, he was a shrewd bootlegger based in Hamtramck, Dearborn. He served as a confidant to Catalanote and took charge of the West Side mob post 1920. Catalanote appointed Melli the leader of that East Side group. Angelo Melli was born in 1897 in San Cataldo, Sicily, the youngest son of 13 children born to Vincenzo Melli and Maria Antonia Gugalio. Melli immigrated to the United States at the age of 17, settling in Scranton, Pennsylvania, to work as a coal miner. He worked in a Pittsburgh foundry and molder, and moved to Detroit in 1918 to work at the Ford Motor Company Highland plant. He ran a cab business with Joe Catalano after leaving Ford because of a lung infection, which could have been the point where he joined the mob. Notably, Angelo was not from Terracini, making him an outsider by birthplace. However, he would marry a member of the Terracini family, Jenny de Mercurio, in 1924. Melli took command of the reorganized East Side mob, with Joseph Zerilli and William Black Bill Tocco as his lieutenants. Zerilli was born on December 10, 1897 in Terracini, Sicily, to Anthony and Rosalie Zerilli. He immigrated to the United States in 1914 at age 17, settling in Detroit and starting to work under the Gianola brothers. Tocco was born as Guglielmo Vito Tocco in Terracini, Sicily, on February 12, 1897. He was one of 7 children born to Giacomo Tocco and Nicolina Morcheri. In 1912, the Tocco family immigrated to the United States and settled in Detroit, Michigan. Tocco became a naturalized citizen after serving in the United States Army during World War I. After returning to Detroit, Tocco joined his cousin Giuseppe Zerilli and Angelo Melli in backing the Gianola brothers' bootlegging operations. Zerilli and Tocco were cousins and best friends, and they would become brother-in-law when Tocco married Zerilli's sister. Melli and Tocco would be co-father-in-laws in the future when their kids marry. These tight, relative connections would be the core of the Detroit combination. Part 2. Prohibition. Pascuzzi Combine and Crosstown Wars, 1920–1933. Detroit's Prohibition era transformed the city into America's whiskey town, with an estimated 75% of the nation's illegal alcohol crossing at the Detroit-Windsor border. The local Sicilian Mafia, led by Salvatore Sam Catalanote, capitalized by organizing a liquor syndicate, the Pascuzzi Combine uniting Detroit's bootlegging factions under a cooperative supply and distribution machine. This combine, named for financier Roy Pash Pascuzzi, engineered a binational pipeline. Ontario breweries and distilleries supplied vast shipments of whiskey and beer, which were smuggled across the Detroit River via boats, convoys of Whiskey 6 automobiles on winter ice, and even underground pipelines. Profits were astronomical. By 1929, rum running was Detroit's second largest industry at $215 million a year, equivalent to $3 billion today. Catalanote's tenure between 1920 and 1930 brought a rare stability to the Detroit underworld. He brokered peace between former warring gangs, fixed territorial boundaries, and greased the wheels of political protection. However, after Catalanote's sudden death in 1930, a bloody crosstown mob war 1930–1931 erupted between the emerging East Side mob, William Black Bill Tocco, Joseph Joe Zed Zerilli, Angelo Melli, and the West Side gang, Chester Big Chet, LaMarie, and allies. Triggered by the May 1930 murder of Gaspar Milazzo, Catalanote's heir, and intensified by reprisals like Lemaire's assassination in Feb 1931, the conflict decimated the older leadership. A September 1931 massacre of rogue bootleggers and ensuing trials broke the power of Detroit's notorious Purple Gang and other holdouts. By 1933, the victorious Tocco Zerilli Melli faction had forged a new commission-style partnership that would formally carry Detroit organized crime into the post-Prohibition era. Neutral observers noted that Prohibition's end closed an infamous chapter of gang wars and police corruption, but left in place a leaner, more unified Mafia partnership poised to absorb the underworld's rackets going forward. By January 1920, national prohibition began. Detroit, already dry under Michigan's 1917 Damon Act, became a bootlegger's boomtown. Gangs and cross-border smugglers mobilized immediately. Federal dry agents and U.S. Coast Guard units arrived, but were quickly overwhelmed. New major players entered the Detroit underworld during Prohibition. Peter Horseface Licavoli was among them. Downriver, Peter Licavoli was born as Peter Joseph Licavoli in St. Louis on June 7, 1902. As a young St. Louis transplant, he built what would become known as the Riverside Gang, a tight Sicilian crew that controlled stretches of the Detroit River, floated Canadian liquor in by the boatload, and supplied muscle for the Combine's most sensitive jobs. In the years ahead, Licavoli's downriver organization would be folded into the Catalanote-Tocco-Zerilli axis, elevating him from riverfront bootlegger to one of the combination's key power brokers. Gaspar Milazzo was born on April 25, 1887, in Castellammare del Golfo, Sicily. Milazzo immigrated to the US in 1911 and settled in Brooklyn, New York, where the original and largest Castellammarese colony was located. Upon his arrival, Milazzo quickly established himself within Brooklyn's Sicilian community and the Italian underworld. He was a close ally of Stefano Magaddino, the cousin of the infamous Joe Bonanno, who would later become the Buffalo Boss. One day, Gaspar Milazzo and Stefano Magaddino were ambushed outside a store in Brooklyn but survived. The shooters were members of the Buccellato family, which was a fierce enemy of the Bonanno and Magaddino families from the Old Country. In return, they took down 2 Buccellato members as revenge. Following the killings, Milazzo moved to Detroit while Magaddino moved to Buffalo. Aside from the Sicilian mob, the Jewish Purple Gang was the strongest underworld organization. Actually, we may see that the Purple Gang was stronger than the Pascuzzi Combine during Prohibition. But for the sake of this episode, our focus will be on the Pascuzzi Combine and the Detroit Partnership. There were also Irish, German, Polish, Greek, Canadian, and independent Italian bootleggers during the Prohibition. But they were one way or another connected to the Partnership or Purple Gang, or were eliminated in the blink of an eye by them. The Purple Gang was very famous for their hijackings and murders. For example, they unleashed Detroit's first Thompson submachine gun attack. 3 rival gangsters were cut down in a hallway at the Miraflores apartments in a turf dispute. The Purple Gang earns a reputation for ruthless violence, reportedly committing 500+ murders during these years. That could be highly inflated, but the truth was they didn't hesitate to use their guns when needed. The bootlegging business was the second largest after Ford, worth billions of dollars. Detroit PD estimates around 2,000 illicit drinking spots in the metro area by 1925, an enormous jump from 1,800 saloons pre-Prohibition. These range from backroom blind pigs in slums to glitzy clubs for the elite. The booming demand entrenches bribery. Police and politicians often turn a blind eye or take payoffs, and grand juries fail to convict many violators, only a 60% conviction rate. In response to mounting US complaints, Canadian officials and the RCMP step up enforcement. Windsor area export docks were closely watched, and reciprocal chase agreements were made, allowing US and Canadian patrols to pursue rum runners across the international line. A major bribery ring was busted in mid-1928. Echo Space smuggling boss John P. Jacket Wozniak, who ran a 25-boat Little Navy on the river, was arrested along with several bribed customs inspectors. Wozniak's testimony revealed he had paid off US border agents to wave through boatloads of liquor. He quit the business after the indictment. Such cases highlighted that white-collar collusion, businessmen, distillers, officials on the take, was integral to the smuggling enterprise. The US Prohibition authorities secured a 42-person grand jury indictment against the Detroit Combine after a 9-month investigation. The indictment, which also targets a parallel Miller smuggling combine, charged dozens of conspirators for moving liquor from Canada into Michigan and onward to Chicago and New York. Among those swept up were Combine financiers, Joseph Joe Misery Mokeri, Roy and Joe Pascuzzi, and others. Purple Gang members are separately indicted for hijackings. This case exposes the corporate scale of Detroit's bootlegging rings. By 1929, the Combine ran an integrated operation linking Canadian industry to US distribution, with front companies and official protection. Many defendants, including Mokeri and the Pascuzzis, pleaded guilty in 1930 and received federal prison terms, 2 years at Leavenworth. Detroit-born Italian, American Roy Pash Pascuzzi was the namesake investor of Pascuzzi Combine. He served as Secretary-Treasurer of Riverside Brewing Company, Ontario, the Combine's brewery front. Pascuzzi provided capital and served as a straw owner for Canadian operations to skirt US law. After Prohibition, he faded from records. Joseph Joe Misery Mokeri was a Combine financier and record keeper. Joe Misery was a Sicilian-American and known for his dour demeanor. He managed large-scale beer shipments and served as treasurer of sorts for the Pascuzzi Combine. Mokeri acquired an interest in Amherstburg Distillery in Ontario and co-owned Riverside Brewery with Pascuzzi, funneling product to Detroit. He kept meticulous records of payments and territories, which were later seized by the feds. After release, Joe Misery allied with Licavoli in post-Prohibition ventures. On February 14, 1930, Sam Catalanotte died of pneumonia at age 36. His lavish funeral, attended by over 2,000 people, was a who's who of Detroit's Italian community. It marked the end of an era. Catalanotte had kept a fragile peace among Detroit's gangs. Within weeks, that peace would shatter. His death left a leadership vacuum and ignited a power struggle between the East Side faction, Meli Tocco Zerilli, and West Side boss Chester Lamar. Notably, Gaspar Milazzo, a veteran mafioso allied with East Side leaders, stepped in as the interim head of the Unione Siciliana after Catalanotte. Some sources claimed Milazzo also became the partnership's boss, but I see it as a mystery in the fog of history. After Catalanotte's departure, Chester Lamar claimed the city. Joe Masseria, the boss of bosses in New York, backed Lamar. Masseria, who was at war with the Castellamare clan led by Maranzano, wanted to eliminate all Castellamarese in the US, including those in Chicago and Detroit. Milazzo was from Castellamare, and the East Side gang was supporting Maranzano. Chester Lamar invited East Side emissary Gaspar Milazzo and the East Side faction to a sit-down to resolve the issues between them. On May 31, 1930, approximately around 4 p.m., Milazzo and his bodyguard Sam Perino arrived at an East Vernahuay fish market, which was used as a meeting place by mobsters. Tocco and Zerilli were suspicious of an ambush, and they didn't show up. While Milazzo and Perino were having their lunch in an isolated special room, 2 gunmen came out of the darkness and opened fire with shotguns. Milazzo was killed instantly. Perino staggered into the street, told police the West Siders did it, then died. The murder decapitated East Side leadership and enraged Castellamarese mafiosi nationwide. It is regarded as the spark of open war. Within weeks, numerous retaliatory killings would follow. On July 3, 1930, Chicago hoodlums William Cannon and George Collins entered a car outside the LaSalle Hotel in Adelaide Street. West Side shooter Leo Salura, accompanied by Angelo Livecchi and Ted Pizzino, approached and opened fire. Cannon and Collins were killed. Accomplice Mike Stitzel was wounded. A 1945 Michigan Supreme Court decision recounted that Salura admitted approaching the car and firing, claiming self-defense. The victims were criminals engaged in extortion. Pizzino and Livecchi were later convicted of second-degree murder. In the morning on July 5, 1930, 2 gunmen entered Barney Roth's kitchen. One shot Roth, an undercover Hamtramck patrolman. The other shot bootlegger John Mites, who was awaiting arraignment. Hamtramck Safety Commissioner Charles Weiniger stated that Roth was killed for promising protection he could not deliver, and Mites died because he was present. On 7th of July 1930, Sicilian gangsters Giuseppe and Salvatore Gaglio stopped at an East Side gas station to fix a flat tire. The Gaglio brothers were Lamoury's West Side muscle. Another car pulled up. Gunmen opened fire, killing both. Their deaths further weakened the West Side gang. On July 22nd, voters recalled Mayor Charles Bowles by a vote of 120,083 to 89,097. Buckley had campaigned for the recall. Lamoury reportedly supported Bowles. Hours after the recall election, Buckley received a phone call at the WMBC studio. He went to the LaSalle Hotel lobby and was gunned down by 3 men, shot 11 times. Witnesses described 2 gunmen and a lookout. Suspects linked to the Licavoli gang, Easter Side, were arrested, including Ted Pizzano and Joe Bomarito, but no one was convicted. Over 50,000 people attended Buckley's funeral. On the night of September 27th, Lamoury's underboss Giuseppe Moonlight Joe Marino was found shot in his house. Teenage enforcer Mike Rubino was present. Police questioned him until Marino's son claimed accidental discharge. Many believe this was a murder to remove Lamoury's underboss, and Marino's sons were forced to claim the shot, saying he shot his father by mistake while cleaning his pistol. On January 2, 1931, Mike Rubino was arrested for a drive-and-by shooting at Police Inspector Henry Garvin, head of the mob squad. Charges were later dismissed. After his gang was outnumbered, Lemaire grew increasingly suspicious and went into hiding. He stopped appearing at regular haunts, moved between safe houses, and even avoided his mistress. Hit mechanics finally, on Feb 7, 1931, Lemaire made a fatal mistake. Believing the immediate danger had passed, he returned to his Granville Ave home for the first time in weeks. Unknown to him, his interim underboss, Giuseppe Terry Mamas, had flipped, possibly striking a deal with Melly's faction to save himself. Lamoury's wife left the mansion that evening. Bodyguard Joe Amico and Elmer Macklin sent the guards home and left the front door unlocked. Mike Rubino, then 18, entered the kitchen where Lamoury drank coffee and shot him dead. The East Siders immediately inducted Rubino as a made man the next day. Lamoury was betrayed by his wife and crew and ended up dead. After Lamar was gone, East Side leaders reached out quietly to any remaining West Side elders. They held a peace meeting in March 1931 at the Bluebird Cafe on Gratiot. Present were Meli, Zarilli, Tocco, Priziola, and an old West Side consigliere, Vincent Bellizzi. They negotiated terms, all past vendettas forgiven, except for known traitors. Territory would no longer be strictly east-west but unified. Profits would be shared under a single hierarchy. Essentially, this meeting laid the groundwork for the modern Detroit Partnership, though not formalized until later. After that, overt violence between Sicilian factions ceased. In sum, the crosstown wars eliminated older generation leaders and competitive gangs, leaving a leaner structure led by the alliance of Zarilli, Tocco, Meli, and Priziola. The Commission in New York recognized this group as the official Detroit outfit by 1932. Joe Zarilli represented Detroit at the famous 1931 Chicago meet, per later Senate testimony. Detroit thus avoided further internecine wars for decades, earning a reputation as a harmonious family, in contrast to the bloodshed required to get there. Part 3: Partnership Formation and Consolidation, 1931, early 1950s. Introduction. In the early 1930s, Detroit's underworld underwent a pivotal transformation. A tumultuous gang war climaxed in 1930–31, wiping out the old Sicilian Guard and the last vestiges of the notorious Purple Gang. In its wake, a new partnership, often called the Detroit Combination, emerged. Rather than a single boss, Detroit's Italian crime family was governed by a ruling council of proven mob leaders: William Black Bill, Tocco, Joseph Joe Uno Zarilli, Angelo Meli, John Papa John Priziola, and Peter Pete Licavoli. This collegial structure fostered stability and secrecy that would define Detroit's Mafia for decades. From 1931 through the early 1950s, the partnership consolidated control over lucrative rackets. Policy gambling, bookmaking, loan sharking, casinos, labor racketeering, extortion, across Detroit, its suburbs, and trans-riverine Windsor, Ontario. In the latter half of 1931, Detroit's victorious Sicilian leaders forged a historic peace. Angelo Melli, a savvy mediator who had sat out the final violence in hiding, brokered a unification of the warring factions into a single organization known as the Partnership. Rather than risk another bloody feud over a boss of bosses, the Detroit Mafia adopted a collective leadership model. A 5-man ruling council was established, comprising the city's most influential mafiosi, William Black Bill Tocco, Joseph Zerilli, Angelo Melli, John Papa John Prizziola, and Peter Licavoli. Each had led or allied with key factions during the prior turmoil. Tocco and Zerilli, cousins and boyhood friends from Terracini, Sicily, and brothers-in-law since 1923, had headed the East Side Gang and enjoyed wide respect. Melli, an elder strategist from San Cataldo, had long been a power on Detroit's West Side and consigliere in waiting. Prizziola represented a Partinico, Sicily contingent and extensive Southwest Ontario connections. Licavoli, of Sicilian descent but raised among St. Louis's Jewish bootleggers, led the Downriver Gang Wyandotte area and brought ties to Toledo and Cleveland. This commission of equals enabled shared authority and profit, preventing a one-man dictatorship. This was a novel approach that Detroit's mobsters believed would ensure internal harmony and loyalty. Indeed, a 1931 edict mandated that members intermarry within a close circle of Sicilian families, daughters, sisters, nieces, to cement familial bonds. Over time, this produced a clan-like network. For example, Bill Tocco married Joseph Zerilli's sister, Melli's niece wed Tocco's son, and Licavoli's relatives married into the Zerilli-Tocco line. Such kinship ties and collective decision-making insulated the Detroit Mafia from informants, infiltration, and internal betrayal, making it significantly less prone to defections or bloody schisms than other families. Notably, only one made man, Nove Tocco, ever turned state's evidence against the Detroit combination in nearly a century. Initially Black Bill, Tocco was recognized as boss, as sitting chairman of the new partnership, with Zerilli as underboss and Melli as consigliere. Tocco's reign at the top was short-lived, however. In March 1936, Tocco was indicted for federal tax evasion, accused of hiding bootlegging proceeds. Facing unwanted publicity and legal peril, Tocco quietly stepped aside as boss pro tempore while fighting the charges. He was convicted in 1937 and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Joseph Zerilli, Tocco's brother-in-law and most trusted ally, took the helm, thereafter heading Detroit's ruling panel as primus inter pares. By all accounts, Zerilli would remain the Detroit Mafia's chief executive for the next 4 decades, until his death in 1977. Upon release from prison in 1944, Black Bill retired to Florida and did not contest Zerilli's leadership, reportedly serving in an advisory underboss capacity in later years. This smooth transition solidified the partnership's stability. Under Zerilli's low-key but iron hand, the council continued to rule by consensus. By the 1940s, outsiders recognized Detroit's Council of Dons as a distinct phenomenon. Federal Senate investigators later confirmed that by that decade, Detroit was governed by a ruling council of Zerilli, Tocco, Melli, Prizziola, and Licavoli, rather than a single boss. The American Mafia organization itself acknowledged Detroit's stature. In 1956, Joe Zerilli and the Detroit family were formally added to the Commission, granting Detroit an equal seat at the national table alongside New York, Chicago, and other major families. Until then, Detroit had been influential but not an official commission member in 1931. This belated inclusion underscored Detroit's reputation for organizational success, discipline, and discretion. Crime historians have called the Detroit Mafia the picture of success, stability, functionality, and diversification among mob families. With no internecine war after 1931, an extremely low informant rate, and a knack for avoiding publicity, the combination thrived quietly while the public's imagination remained fixated on flashier mobs in Chicago or New York. The Purple Gang, a Jewish-American crew that dominated Detroit crime in the 1920s, was effectively broken by 1931, clearing the field for the Italian partnership. Years of violent excess and police pressure caught up with the Purples. In September 1931, the Collingwood Manor Massacre dealt the final blow. 3 Purple Gang lieutenants from the splintering Little Jewish Navy were lured to an apartment at 1740 Collingwood Avenue and executed by fellow Purples Raymond Bernstein, Harry Keywell, and Irving Milberg. One attendee, Sol Levine, was spared and turned state's witness, leading to the conviction of Bernstein, Keywell, and Milberg for murder in late 1931. With key Purple leaders imprisoned for life and others killed or scattered, the Purple Gang's power crumbled virtually overnight. The Sicilians in the combination swiftly absorbed or supplanted the remaining Purple operations. Henceforth, Detroit's Mafia, the combination, monopolized organized crime in the city. Unlike the Purples, whose flamboyant violence had splashed across headlines, the Sicilian partnership preferred to keep a low profile, methodically building their rackets while avoiding the public eye. For example, Purple Gang boss Abe Bernstein survived as an associate under Zerilli, content to run bookmaking operations in the shadows. He quietly maintained a suite at the Book Cadillac Hotel until his death in 1968, which the bills were taken care of by the partnership. Overall, by the early 1930s, the Italian Council solidified its underworld supremacy. No other independent gang could challenge the partnership in Detroit for the next half-century. Under the Council's stewardship in the 1930s-50s, the Detroit combination developed a diverse portfolio of rackets. The crime family capitalized on the city's sizable working-class population and industrial economy, embedding its influence in illegal gambling, loan sharking, unionized trades, and vice markets. By mid-century, the Detroit mob was profiting from numbers, policy, lottery games, horse race bookmaking, high-stakes gambling dens, Shylock loans, extortion, protection, rackets, labor union corruption, and even narcotics trafficking, the latter especially after World War II. Perhaps the bread-and-butter racket of 1930s Detroit was the policy or numbers game, an illegal lottery wildly popular in the city's African-American neighborhoods. During Prohibition, the Jewish Purple Gang had dominated Detroit's numbers, gambling. But as the Italians ascended, they moved to tax and control the numbers rackets by the late 1930s. Rather than run every betting house themselves, the mob formed alliances with or extorted independent African-American numbers, bankers who operated in Black Bottom and Paradise Valley. This racket was so pervasive that by the late 1930s, it employed thousands in Detroit's black community and grossed millions of dollars. The underworld profits were enormous, an estimated $10 million annually, which is around 2025 $200 million. And these illicit proceeds also fueled police and political corruption. A sensational scandal in 1939-40 exposed the depth of graft. In August 1939, a Detroit woman named Janet McDonald committed suicide along with her young daughter, leaving behind letters accusing her ex-boyfriend, a numbers operator, of bribing Detroit police and officials to protect the policy racket. McDonald's letters spurred one of Detroit's largest investigations. A one-man grand jury, Judge Homer Ferguson, heard evidence that police bosses, city councilmen, and even Mayor Richard Reading were on the take from the numbers underworld. The fallout was unprecedented. 41 officials were implicated in protecting gambling rings. Mayor Reading was indicted and convicted for accepting bribes to shield policy operators, and in 1940, he was sent to prison for 5 years. Reading's downfall, the 1939 scandal that sent a Detroit mayor to prison, laid bare how entrenched the mob's payoff system had become in City Hall. After this cleanup, Detroit's Italian Mafia moved more discreetly. They continued to profit from policy gambling through subordinate bosses and layoff banks, but learned the dangers of flagrant corruption. By the 1940s, policy gambling remained rampant in Detroit's inner city. A 1940 raid indicted 156 policy writers in one sweep, yet the true controllers, men like Zerilli or Prizziola, stayed out of the limelight. Meanwhile, many local African-American numbers kings saw the Italians as both partners and predators. On one hand, mob financing and fences helped expand the underground lottery economy, which provided capital and employment in black neighborhoods when legitimate institutions would not. Numbers bankers funded black-owned businesses and community causes. On the other hand, the Mafia's cut of the winnings was enforced by intimidation. Despite occasional police crackdowns and civic crusades, the numbers racket continued to grow. By the early 1950s, Detroit's policy game was so institutionalized that civic leaders half-joked it should be legalized to boost city revenues. Indeed, decades later, Michigan would establish a state lottery, essentially replacing the policy racket that the likes of Zerilli had overseen in the shadows. Alongside the numbers game, bookmaking on horse races and sports was a prime revenue stream for the Detroit mob. In the 1930s-40s, before Las Vegas bookies or legal off-track betting, Detroit gamblers placed wagers through an extensive network of underworld bookmakers. The partnership ensured it either ran or taxed every major betting syndicate in the city. They did so in cooperation with national outfits. For instance, Detroit bookies subscribed to the mob-controlled wire service that provided fast horse race results. The local mob formed links with the Chicago outfit and Cleveland syndicate, led by Mo Dalitz, etc., to coordinate gambling rackets. An example of their collaborative investments is Hazel Park Raceway, Michigan's first modern horse track, which opened in 1949. Joseph Zerilli and Bill Tocco were secret investors in Hazel Park from day one, concealing their interests behind frontmen. Decades later, congressional inquiries revealed Zerilli and Prizziola held substantial stock in Hazel Park under relatives' names. By installing friendly management at the track, the mob ensured clean skimming of betting handle and no union troubles. Off-track, illegal handbooks, betting parlors flourished. One notorious bust on August 7, 1940, found that 156 people, including a police lieutenant, were involved in a $30 million horse betting ring supplying Detroit's bettors. This suggests how widespread illicit betting was, and likely indicates the Detroit Mafia's deep penetration. A racket of that scale could not run without mob sanction. The Kefauver Committee in 1950-51 also spotlighted Detroit's race wire, monopolization, and handbook payoffs as part of the national gambling conspiracy. Indeed, Pete Licavoli and Thomas Yoni Licavoli, his brother, based in Ohio, were known to have interests in racing news services and in race-fixing scams that extended into Ohio and Kentucky. The mob's gambling portfolio was rounded out by roulette, dice, and card games run in back rooms and roadhouses. Detroit's Sicilian mob had inherited some illicit casinos from the Purple Gang era, for example, the East Side's Verna Highway Gambling House and the Hamtramck speakeasies. Post-Prohibition, Zerilli and partners either converted these to blind pig casinos or shut them to avoid drawing federal heat. Unlike mob families in, say, Newport or Hot Springs, Detroit's mob did not openly run large casinos on its home turf. They preferred to invest in Las Vegas by the 1950s and, by the mid-1950s, had hidden stakes in the Frontier and Tropicana casinos. Nevertheless, illegal bug games, policy, racebooks, and private high-stakes poker games around Detroit all kicked up tribute to the partnership throughout the 1940s. Detroit's underworld provided usurious loan services to gamblers, businessmen, and union officials who couldn't go to banks for cash. The partnership's loan sharking operation, though less publicized, was extensive. As early as the late 1920s, Gaspar Milazzo had envisioned using mob funds to stake loans for profit. By the 1940s, Joe Zerilli and Angelo Melli were expanding into loan sharking and extortion rackets in concert with East Coast mafiosi. Mob loans came with 25%, 50% weekly interest. Vigorish and delinquent debtors faced brutal consequences. Many victims were fellow criminals, such as independent operators borrowing bankroll, or legitimate business owners squeezed for payoff cash. Detroit's Italians often tied loan sharking to gambling. A bettor and over his head would be forced to take a mob loan to pay gambling debts, sinking deeper into mob dependency. The secrecy of loan sharking means few contemporary records, but later FBI reports of the 1960s indicated Detroit Shylocks had millions on the street. One high-profile Shylock was Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, a young mob enforcer in the late 1940s who began carving out a niche as a lender in the Eastern Market Produce District. Giacalone would rise to be the mob's notorious loan shark capo by the 1960s. During the 1940s and early 50s, however, loan sharking rarely made news and victims seldom complained. An exception came in 1946, when Teamsters organizer Jimmy Hoffa and others were indicted for extorting local trucking firms, essentially forcing companies to take and repay loans under threats. Hoffa was acquitted, but the case hinted at mobbed-up loan schemes within unions. In general, the combination's loan sharking remained an underground engine funding other ventures and ensnaring clients into further corruption. For example, a business owner in debt to the mob might then provide money laundering or act as a front. Detroit was America's arsenal of democracy, a booming manufacturing metropolis with powerful labor unions. Naturally, the mob sought influence in unions and industries to reap extortion and labor protection rackets. The Detroit combination deftly inserted itself into certain unions without sparking the kind of violent union wars seen in Chicago or New York City. One dramatic early episode involved the Ford Motor Company's infamous service department, Ford's anti-union security squad run by Harry Bennett. In the mid-1930s, as the United Auto Workers UAW tried to unionize Ford, Peter Licavoli provided muscle to Ford management. Licavoli supplied goons with guns, lead pipes and bombs to help Bennett violently break strikes and intimidate union organizers. In return, Licavoli's men were put on Ford's payroll at high wages, essentially a form of corporate-backed racketeering. When Bennett balked at Licavoli's demand for even higher pay, Licavoli allegedly had his gang force Bennett's car off the road and nearly kill him, after which Bennett acquiesced and increased the mob enforcers' salaries. This astonishing collusion showed the mob's readiness to exploit labor strife for profit, even siding with management if it paid off. It also foreshadowed later partnerships between gangsters and union officials. By the 1940s, the Detroit mob had shifted to primarily backing union side, especially the Teamsters. Angelo Melli in particular became a behind-the-scenes power in the Teamsters Union's Detroit locals. Melli's guidance and alliances helped the rise of Teamsters leader James R. Jimmy Hoffa, who became head of the Michigan Teamsters and then national president. Under Hoffa, the Teamsters openly fraternized with mob figures. One example, Detroit mob attorney William Bufalino, a cousin of Pennsylvania mob boss Russell Bufalino, became general counsel for Teamsters Local 299 in Detroit, effectively blending union and underworld interests. In 1941 and 1942, Detroit-produced merchants complained that the Teamsters and a mob-controlled market managers group were extorting loading fees from produce haulers, essentially a mob tax to allow produce deliveries at the Eastern Market. If trucks tried to unload without paying kickbacks, they were blocked. This scheme led to accusations of racketeering against produce companies in 1942. Hoffa denied wrongdoing, but the pattern was clear: the mob and Teamster insiders colluded to shake down businesses. The partnership also infiltrated smaller unions. The Cleaners and Dyers Union, for instance, had earlier been tied to the Purple Gang during violent labor wars in the late 1920s. After the Purples fell, Italian gangsters filled the void, extorting laundry businesses, albeit more quietly. Similarly, the junk hauling and waste disposal industries saw mob influence. Zerilli's gang later took over waste hauling companies. Dockworker and market unions were not spared, having cut their teeth smuggling liquor on Detroit's docks. The Sicilian mobsters maintained contacts on the waterfront and among warehouse unions, providing protection or strike-breaking as needed. By the early 1950s, the U.S. Senate's Kefauver Committee concluded that the Detroit mob had substantial influence over Detroit's labor unions, cartage and waste removal industries, among others. In sum, through a mix of alliances, for example with Hoffa, intimidation and strategic bribery, the Detroit combination entrenched itself in labor racketeering, converting union power into an underworld asset. While Detroit's Sicilian crime family kept a low profile locally, it did venture into open gambling in nearby territories. Partnering with the Cleveland Syndicate, Mo Dalitz's crew, Detroit mobsters invested in offshore or out-of-state gambling ventures. In the late 1930s, Pete Licavoli and Cleveland boss Alfred Polizzi co-founded the Molaska Corporation, a molasses manufacturing front set up just before Prohibition's repeal. Ostensibly producing yeast syrup, Alaska in fact was a clever laundering vehicle that made bootleg fortunes legitimate by turning alcohol profits into stock in a real business. The company was fronted by Meyer Lansky's father-in-law and included investors from multiple mobs. This was an early example of Detroit mob money mixing with national syndicate capital to finance post-prohibition enterprises. Some of that capital flowed west. By the 1940s, Detroit's partnership, in concert with the Cleveland Mafia and Chicago outfit, put money into the burgeoning Las Vegas casino scene. Though Las Vegas is beyond our timeframe's geographic focus, it's notable that Detroit emissaries scoped out opportunities there as early as 1945. Eventually, Zerilli's faction secretly bankrolled part of the Frontier Hotel in the 50s. Closer to home, Detroit mobsters frequented Croswell, Michigan, a rural enclave where a lavish mob-owned casino roadhouse, the Chesterfield Club, had operated in the 1930s. By the 40s, such establishments were tamped down by authorities, so the mob's gambling moved to more discreet venues or out of state. One favored regional outlet was Dayton, Ohio. In the late 40s, Angelo Melli and Anthony Giacalone were reportedly backing an illegal casino there, relying on their Teamster contacts for protection. Meanwhile, in Detroit's nightclub scene, Zerilli and others maintained interests through frontmen. Jack Ruby, future killer of Lee Harvey Oswald, ran strip clubs in the 1940s with ties to Detroit and Chicago mob figures. One of Ruby's early partners was a Detroiter allegedly connected to the partnership. Overall, however, the Detroit Combination's philosophy was to keep high-visibility vice casinos, etc., outside Detroit city limits to avoid stirring public outrage. They proved adept at profiting from gambling while minimizing open scandal in their backyard, a stark contrast to the flashy gangland shootouts of Prohibition days. During the 1930s, Detroit's Mafia had only a peripheral involvement in narcotics, heroin, and morphine, as the Sicilian Old Guard frowned on dope. But after Virtue, this changed. Utilizing its close links to Sicilian mafia clans, the Detroit Partnership became a major player in the international heroin trade by the late 1940s and 1950s. The Partinico-born John Prizziola forged pipelines with Stefano Magaddino in Buffalo and Sicilian suppliers. Prizziola's crew, including his nephew Raffaele Quasarano and exiled Sicilian operative Frankie Fingers Coppola, smuggled heroin from Sicily through Canada into Detroit. By the early 50s, Detroit-Windsor was a noted heroin transshipment point, with Detroit mafiosi financing importation and distribution networks stretching to New York and Chicago. In 1952, the US government even attempted to deport Angelo Melli for allegedly lying about prior arrests, part of a broader crackdown on mob figures suspected of narcotics dealing. Melli's deportation was ultimately unsuccessful, and he remained in the United States. Nonetheless, the Kefauver Committee's final report in 1951 warned that Detroit mobsters were deeply involved in heroin trafficking via their Sicilian contacts. This would fully surface in later decades with the infamous French Connection arrests and related events, but its seeds were planted in our period. It's worth noting that profits from narcotics were reinvested into licit businesses and real estate, further bolstering the Detroit mob's wealth. In summary, by the early 1950s, the Detroit Combination had achieved a diversified criminal portfolio. A 1950s observer would find that few illicit enterprises in Detroit were beyond the Mafia's reach if you placed a bet, took a loan from a Shylock, paid protection to keep your bar open, or participated in a crooked union deal. Somewhere up the chain, the Combination earned a cut. Their dominance was maintained through strategic alliances, such as with the Teamsters, judicious use of violence, co-opting of non-Italian accomplices, and careful bribery of law enforcement. Unlike the chaotic gang wars of the 1910s and early 1930s, the 1931-53 era in Detroit was marked by relative underworld peace and exponential profits for the Mafia. As crime writer Scott Bernstein noted, Detroit's mob quietly evolved into the model of a modern organized crime franchise thriving in the shadows. Historically, Detroit's Sicilian mob had East Side and West Side factions, but after 1931 these operated in unison. Joe Zerilli and Black Bill Tocco led the East Side crew, rooted in neighborhoods like Black Bottom and Paradise Valley. Despite those being largely African American areas, the Italians ran rackets there in partnership with local bankers. John Prizziola and his Partenico crew had a West Side base, and Angelo Melli, though originally a West Sider from Hamtramck, became more of a downtown East Side conciliator after the war. The combination placed trusted capos in various Detroit suburbs and satellite cities. For instance, downriver, Wyandotte was Licavoli's domain, given by Catalanotte back in the 1920s. There, along the Detroit River and Lake Erie shore, Licavoli's river gang had smuggled Canadian liquor, and by the 40s continued to oversee rackets from River Rouge to Monroe. Oakland County suburbs, like Hazel Park and Warren, gradually saw mob penetration as gambling and wire rooms moved out of the city. Detroit's Italian enclave of Eastern Market and Jefferson Avenue were Zerilli strongholds, while Hamtramck, an enclave city within Detroit, had long been a racketeer haven, first under Melli and La Marie, later under Jack the Enforcer, William Tocco, Black Bill's son. Notably, by the 1940s, the bosses themselves began moving to the affluent Grosse Pointe suburbs. In the mid-1940s, Zerilli, Tocco, Prizziola, and Licavoli each built large brick mansions on Middlesex Road in Grosse Pointe Park, an exclusive enclave just outside Detroit. This Mafia row featured adjacent estates, often with elaborate security like bomb-proof garages and underground tunnels connecting homes. The clustering of mob kingpins in upscale Grosse Pointe symbolized the mob's migration from gritty city neighborhoods to the leafy suburbs, even as they continued to operate city rackets. Police who surveilled the Middlesex addresses in the 50s wryly noted that little business got done on the street. It all happened over backyard barbecues among these interrelated mafia families. In short, the Detroit mob's territory covered the entire metropolitan area, from the auto plants of Dearborn to the truck stops of Taylor. From the open fields of Macomb County to the bars of southwest Detroit, no area with rackettable activity was untouched. Detroit and Windsor, Ontario, Canada are twin cities separated only by the narrow Detroit River, and organized crime flowed freely between them. During Prohibition, the Detroit River was a superhighway for Canadian liquor, and Detroit's Mafia forged enduring alliances with Canadian smugglers. Even after Prohibition's repeal in 1933, the cross-border ties remained a vital asset. Mob figures could slip across to Windsor for refuge as Canadian authorities often lacked extradition urgency for US gangsters, and contraband still moved both ways, untaxed cigarettes, liquor to evade US alcohol taxes during the war, stolen cars, and later narcotics came through Windsor. The partnership maintained Canadian associates and even members. Notably, Papa John Prizziola had close connections to the Papalia and Violi clans in Ontario, and the Zerilli family cultivated friendships with Ontario mob families. Some Detroit mafiosi had relatives in Hamilton and Toronto. The Detroit-Windsor tunnel and ferry routes were routinely used by Mafia couriers. One Canadian who became an honorary member of Detroit's mob was Giovanni John Papalia, a Hamilton gangster who worked with Magadino and Prizziola on heroin imports in the 1950s. Additionally, Canadian whiskey distilleries gave local mobsters business opportunities. Some Detroit partners invested in Windsor area alcohol distributors post-Prohibition. Windsor also provided an expansion market for Detroit's rackets. Gambling halls quietly operated in Windsor, serving Americans crossing over since US law stopped at the border. In the 1940s, for example, there were rumors of a floating casino on the Detroit River moored on the Canadian side, an enterprise allegedly receiving Detroit mob protection. Law enforcement also acknowledged the fluidity. In 1946, US agents cooperated with Canadian police to raid a joint Detroit-Windsor policy operation. By 1950, Senator Kefauver's committee explicitly noted Detroit mobsters' activity throughout southwestern Ontario as part of their territory. Thus, the Detroit combination effectively spanned two countries, leveraging the international boundary to its advantage. A vivid illustration came in 1952, when a Detroit grand jury was investigating the Mafia. Several mob lieutenants spent months vacationing safely in Windsor until things cooled down. The cross-border relationship was so incestuous that underworld gossip referred to the Detroit-Windsor mob as a single entity. Indeed, Canadian-born gangsters like Paul D'Agostino, a Windsor racketeer, were made into the Detroit family. The border also allowed easy attendance at international mob summits. For example, the Buffalo Don Stefano Magaddino often hosted Canadian and Detroit bosses at Niagara Falls meetings, where Zerilli or Prizziola would slip over as tourists. In summary, the Detroit-Windsor continuity was seamless. The combination treated Windsor as a quasi-suburb, extending its gambling, smuggling, and even union rackets. Teamsters Local 880 in Windsor was rumored to be influenced by Detroit's mob-friendly elements, given cross-border trucking. This unique transnational reach gave the Detroit family an unmatched edge and diversity in its operations, unlike most Midwestern mobs. The Detroit Mafia also cultivated satellite partnerships beyond Michigan's borders. Toledo, Ohio, just south of Detroit, had its own mob until the 1930s, but by the 40s, Toledo became largely a Detroit partnership dependency. This was due to Licavoli influence. Pete Licavoli's cousin, Thomas Yoni Licavoli, ran rackets in Toledo in the early 30s until convicted of murder in 1934. After Yoni went to prison, Detroit-based Pete Licavoli stepped in to oversee the Toledo rackets in absentia. He installed reliable operatives in Toledo to manage bootlegging, gambling, and unions, while Detroit reaped a share. The Licavolis also reached into Youngstown, Ohio in the 1940s. Pete had an interest in a race wire there, and later in some illegal casinos. Meanwhile, Detroit maintained close fraternity with the Cleveland Mafia. The Licavolis were originally from St. Louis, but allied with Cleveland's Mo Dalitz during Prohibition. This alliance persisted. Dalitz and Licavoli co-invested in legitimate businesses, like the Malaska Corp, mentioned earlier, and later in Las Vegas casinos. In 1945, when Cleveland mobster Al Polizzi fled to Mexico to avoid prosecution, it was Pete Licavoli who facilitated his temporary hideout through Detroit contacts, illustrating trust between those families. Another important link was with the Chicago outfit. Although Chicago and Detroit were traditionally respectful neighbors, dividing territories of the Michigan-Indiana line, they collaborated on national ventures. In 1931, Al Capone's Chicago outfit allegedly assisted in mediating the resolution of Detroit's internal war. Some sources claim Masseria backer Capone tacitly approved Zerilli's emerging regime in exchange for peace. In the 1940s, Chicago and Detroit co-ran wire service companies and cross-booked high rollers to each other's gambling spots. Notably, in 1950, when the Kefauver hearings were in full swing, a secret memorandum indicated the Chicago outfit was attempting to muscle into some Detroit gambling operations. But the committee found the attempt by the Chicago syndicate to infiltrate Detroit was thwarted, implying Detroit's mob defended its turf. Nationally, Joe Zerilli kept a relatively low profile, but he was respected by coast-to-coast mob bosses. In 1946, Zerilli was reportedly invited to the famous Havana Conference, attended by Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lansky, and many other infamous mobsters, though whether he sent an emissary is unconfirmed. A more concrete gathering was the Appalachian Mafia Summit on November 14, 1957. Detroit was represented there by Angelo Melli, who was one of the 60-plus gangsters detained by New York State Police. Melli's presence confirmed that by the 50s, the Detroit combination was considered part of the upper echelon of Cosa Nostra, with national influence disproportionate to its mid-sized membership. According to the officials, the partnership had around 50 to 70 made men in the 1950s. Finally, the Detroit mob began planting outposts in other states where individual leaders semi-retired. For example, Pete Licavoli acquired a ranch in Tucson, Arizona in 1944, relocating there and establishing a Western crew that engaged in liquor distribution and gambling in Arizona, while still attending Detroit's meetings by phone or travel. Similarly, Bill Tocco wintered in Miami, Florida, where he liaised with Tampa's Trafficante family and developed real estate investments. These moves presaged the snowbird strategy the mob embraced later, but even in the 50s, Detroit mafiosi was spreading out geographically. In each case, the Detroit partnership maintained a cohesive chain of command, so these far-flung ventures funneled tribute back to Zerilli's home base. In conclusion, by the early 1950s, the Detroit combination had evolved from a local ethnic gang into a sophisticated criminal network with international and interstate reach. Yet it managed this expansion without flamboyant violence, rendering itself nearly invisible to the average Detroiter. One hallmark of Detroit's partnership in this era was its low public profile. Unlike Chicago's Capone or New York's flamboyant Mafia bosses, Detroit's mob leaders eschewed the limelight. They appeared to ordinary citizens as unassuming businessmen, family men living in Grosse Pointe, running real companies by day. Indeed, a common mid-century myth in Detroit was that there is no mafia in Detroit. This myth was subtly encouraged by officials. In 1939, for example, ousted Mayor Richard Redding, before his arrest, insisted organized crime in Detroit was overblown and that if any remained, it was a foreign, an outside element, a statement designed to deflect from local mob collusion. The local press, while certainly covering major gangland crimes, often downplayed the existence of an organized Sicilian underworld. For most of the 1930s, headlines about Detroit crime centered on the Purple Gang or political corruption, not explicitly on the Mafia. It wasn't until the late 1940s that the phrase Detroit Mafia or Detroit Syndicate began to appear frequently in newspapers, and even then, the partnership's leaders were seldom named. As a case in point, when radio commentator Jerry Buckley was assassinated in July 1930 in the LaSalle Hotel lobby, after crusading against the lax mayor, newspapers suspected underworld involvement, but it was phrased as "gunmen do the work" without pinning it on Zerilli or Tocco's crowd. Buckley's murder remains officially unsolved. Many believe Licavoli's West Side mob ordered the hit for reasons possibly tied to Buckley's double-dealing in the underworld. The press at the time hinted Buckley might have been killed over his underworld connections, rather than just his politics. Such ambiguity in reporting left the public unsure if the mob was real or just Hollywood. Despite low visibility, the Detroit combination did face periodic law enforcement actions. Chief among these were federal tax cases and grand jury investigations. We've noted Black Bill Tocco's 1936 tax indictment and 1937 conviction, which was the toughest sentence handed to a Detroit mob boss in this period. Tocco's case, paralleling Al Capone's tax evasion prosecution, demonstrated that even in Detroit the feds were willing to target top gangsters, albeit on financial rather than racketeering charges. After Tocco went to prison, however, no other council member was successfully prosecuted in the 1940s. Angelo Melli was arrested 16 times between 1915 and 1963 for everything from bootlegging to murder, yet he never suffered a major conviction beyond a 1920 concealed weapon charge. This pattern of intelligent insulation, letting underlings take the fall, kept the bosses out of prison. Many mid-level mobsters did get hit with cases. For example, Yoni Licavoli's 1934 conviction in Ohio for murder during a bootleg turf war removed him from the scene. Purple Gang remnants faced prosecutions, as Ray Bernstein died in prison in 1964, and numerous soldiers were pinched for gambling or carrying guns. But the core council either beat charges or avoided them entirely in this era. Local police, for their part, were often either corrupted or outmatched. Detroit's police department in the 1930s had a Big Four squad that tried to clamp down on racketeers, but as the 1939 number scandal showed, many top cops were on the take. After that scandal, the force got a shake-up. In the 1940s, under Public Safety Commissioner Harry Toy, Detroit police conducted some high-profile raids on gambling joints. They raided the Fleetwood Club in 1940, arresting bookies tied to the mob, and broke up a notorious dice game on 8 Mile Road in 1944, incidents noted in newspapers but with minimal long-term impact. The mob learned to keep its operations decentralized and mobile, frustrating police efforts. Occasionally, local prosecutors convened one-man grand juries to investigate rackets. The 1939-40 grand jury was one. Another in 1950 targeted gambling payoff schemes in suburban Hamtramck, resulting in the mayor of Hamtramck being indicted for taking bribes from gambling dens. In each instance, some crooked officials were removed, but the Mafia itself remained unscathed. They simply found new fronts and adapted. The most dramatic public exposure of Detroit's underworld in this period came via the U.S. Senate Special Committee to investigate organized crime in interstate commerce, chaired by Senator Estes Kefauver. The Kefauver Committee's televised hearings in 1950-51 were a national sensation, dragging notorious mob figures into public view. In February 1951, the committee turned its spotlight on Detroit. Public hearings were convened at the Federal Building in Detroit on February 8 to 9, 1951, with Senator Herbert O'Connor presiding as a one-man subcommittee. The list of witnesses read like a who's who of Detroit rackets. The committee subpoenaed William Black Bill, Tocco, Angelo Melli, Peter Licavoli, and Anthony Diana, a lesser-known Detroit mob figure, alongside Detroit's Mayor Albert Cobo and Michigan Governor G. Menon Williams. William Bufalino was also called to probe Union gang links. In the run-up, Joe Zerilli himself was not subpoenaed, likely a strategic choice, as Kefauver's staff knew Zerilli would take the fifth and reveal nothing. Instead, they aimed to grill the likes of Melli and Tocco, who were older and might slip. However, when put on the stand, Detroit's mobsters gave stonewall performances. Angelo Melli, dapper and cool at 54, invoked the Fifth Amendment repeatedly, refusing to admit even his nickname. Bill Tocco also mostly refused substantive answers, at one point feigning poor English. Peter Licavoli never publicly appeared. He sent word through counsel that he was ill and stayed in Arizona to avoid the subpoena. The hearings did, however, elicit some revelations. Governor Williams and Mayor Cobo testified and acknowledged the seriousness of gambling corruption, with Cobo vowing to fire any cop caught in graft, a subtle dig at his predecessor's scandal. Investigators described Detroit's ruling council setup for the first time in public. One sensational claim in the third interim report on May 4, 1951, was that Detroit's Mafia had a formal Council of Dons governing it, something local reporters hadn't confirmed before. The committee further outlined how the Purple Gang's demise led to Italian takeover and detailed the wire service monopoly used by Detroit and Cleveland mobs to control bookmakers. Kefauver's final Aug. 1951 report devoted a section to Detroit, summarizing the history from the Gianola Vitale Wars up to the widespread police graft in the late 1930s that was remedied by Redding's conviction. It highlighted individuals like Joseph Massey, a Detroit mob racketeer active in the 40s, and noted the interstate partnerships, such as Detroit working closely with the St. Louis mob's Frank Buster Wortman on gambling. Importantly, the report warned that Detroit's mob had been forgotten but not gone, a sleeping giant of organized crime. Indeed, Kefauver committee files show that a chart of Detroit's mob was prepared, listing Joseph Zerilli, boss, John Preziola, underboss, Angelo Melli, Peter Licavoli, and Joseph Massey Consigliere, as of 1950. This likely came from informant or law enforcement intelligence and was the first explicit labeling of Detroit's hierarchy in a government document. The impact of Kefauver's probe on Detroit was mixed. Publicly, it raised awareness. Attendance at the hearing was high, and the proceedings were broadcast on local radio. The local press finally printed names like Zerilli, Tocco, Melli, albeit while noting their denials. The Detroit Free Press ran an exposé series on the combination in early 1952, based in part on Kefauver data, which educated readers that a Sicilian-led syndicate indeed existed. In response, Detroit's police commissioner John Harron formed a special squad to raid handbooks and policy joints more aggressively. A few dozen low-level arrests followed, but no major convictions came directly from Kefauver's Detroit hearings. The mobsters had outfoxed the committee with silence. No contempt charges were pursued against Melli or Tocco for their evasions, unlike some mob figures elsewhere, such as Frank Costello, who was almost indicted for contempt in New York. One lasting effect, the spotlight drove some Detroit mob bosses to lie low for a while. After 1951, Zerilli spent more time at his Grosse Pointe farms and less at flashy public gatherings. Angelo Melli, as mentioned, faced a deportation attempt in 1952, likely as a result of Kefauver's highlighting his alien status and arrest record, though Melli ultimately beat that case. A federal judge ruled his 1929 naturalization could not be revoked. The process undoubtedly caused him grief. Perhaps the most ironic outcome of Kefauver's visit was the promotion of a narrative that Detroit's mafia was deeply entrenched but uniquely stable. Unlike in some cities where Kefauver's exposure led to years of local grand juries, in Detroit, the furor died down quickly. By 1953, newspapers were again filled with the booming auto industry and Cold War news, not organized crime. The Detroit combination returned to the shadows, just as its leaders intended. Culturally, Detroit's mob in the 30s and 40s era did not capture American imagination like New York's Five Families or Chicago's Outfit. There were no blockbuster Hollywood films about Detroit gangsters, no national folk heroes. However, lore and legend brewed locally. In Detroit's Italian-American community, whispers persisted about a mysterious combination that kept the peace and took care of its own. In African-American folklore, the era's numbers kings and the Italian syndicate were sometimes seen in a Robin Hood light for fueling black entrepreneurship. Conversely, many Detroiters simply refused to believe the Mafia existed, a testament to how effectively Zerilli's men maintained a low-key lifestyle. A telling anecdote in 1947, Detroit's police commissioner was asked at a civic club about the Mafia. He responded that organized crime in Detroit was not centralized and that talk of a syndicate was exaggerated, an official stance that downplayed the issue, likely deliberately. One realm where the Detroit mob did surface was in the ethnic Italian press and community events. For instance, Zerilli and Tocco were known to sponsor big Italian festivals and appear at church banquets. Their donations to Catholic parishes brought goodwill and lowered suspicion. Meanwhile, some local journalists did brave reporting. Crime reporter Harvey Red Martin wrote a series in 1940 in the Detroit Times hinting that the Mafia has reorganized under a five-man council. This was mostly ignored until Kefauver validated it a decade later. After Kefauver, the term Mafia entered the Detroit News lexicon more firmly. In 1952, the Detroit News published a piece openly describing Joe Uno Zerilli as Detroit's top mafia leader, which would have been unthinkable a decade prior. Nevertheless, by the end of the early 50s, Detroit's combination remained half visible, half hidden, known to cops and vice reporters, but not part of everyday public discussion. The underworld successfully avoided the brazen violence that typically draws attention. Indeed, from 1932 through 1953, Detroit saw virtually no mob-related public murders, aside from intra-gang punishment or very clandestine hits. The old days of machine gun executions in public, like the Miraflores Apartments massacre of 1927 or Collingwood 1931, were over. One exception, the murder of informant Pete Lazaros in 1946, a small-time hoodshot after talking to police, made headlines as a possible mafia warning, but was quickly overshadowed by other news. The Detroit mob learned to handle discipline internally and quietly. As one detective later quipped, "In Detroit, if the Mafia has to kill you, they do it, so nobody finds the body, or they send you on a long trip to Sicily." This culture of omerta and discreet enforcement kept internal violence out of the newspapers. A few local myths persisted. Some Detroiters believed the Purple Gang was still secretly in charge. In fact, by the 40s, the Purples were gone or absorbed. Others thought the combination was invincible, for example, the saying, "The combination runs this town, even the mayor dances for them." This was hyperbole. Certainly by Mayor Cobo's time, the 1950s, the city administration was not mob-controlled, though individual officials might be. Another myth is that Detroit's mob was non-violent compared to others. While they did prefer bribery over bullets, this was not entirely true. They were simply better at hiding violence. In 1944, for instance, syndicate member Carlo Licata disappeared, and it was rumored that he was executed for skimming drug profits. His body was never found, a classic Detroit's mob handling. No high-profile gangland slayings made the news in these years, feeding the perception of a peaceable underworld. The reality, as later acknowledged, was that the partnership enforced strict discipline. Anyone who endangered the family was eliminated quietly. This kept Detroit free of the headline-grabbing mob wars that plagued other cities. As mentioned, Detroit wasn't officially on the commission in 1931. The commission then included the Big Five New York bosses, Buffalo and Chicago, and later smaller ones. But through the 1930s and 1950s, Zerilli built enough clout to be informally consulted. His formal commission seat, granted around 1956 alongside Philadelphia's Angelo Bruno, signified the belated recognition of Detroit's importance. Thereafter, Joe Zerilli was treated as one of the nation's board of directors of organized crime, equal to any boss in New York. In 1957, Life magazine published mugshots of leading U.S. Mafia bosses, and Joseph Zerilli's face was among them, marking the first time many Detroit residents ever saw the elusive Joe Uno. This national exposure was still a few years away from 1953, but the foundations were laid in our period. The Detroit combination had quietly risen from regional obscurity to one of the most successful, untouchable crime syndicates in America. An old mafia adage is, invest your illegal money into legal enterprises. The Detroit Partnership exemplified this strategy. By the 1940s and 50s, the council members and their top aides held an impressive portfolio of legitimate businesses and assets, both to launder illicit income and to build long-term wealth. Here we survey how the mob's money was managed and where it surfaced in the legitimate economy. Front businesses and laundering, the Detroit mob was sophisticated in washing its dirty money. One early and illustrative venture was the Malaska Corporation. Established in 1933, mentioned previously. Founded just days before Prohibition's repeal, Malaska produced a molasses yeast product. But behind the scenes, it was a consortium of underworld investors, including Pete Licavoli, Mo Dalitz, Meyer Lansky's proxies, using it to convert bootlegging cash into shares of a legal company. This allowed gangsters to show legitimate dividends rather than piles of unexplained cash. Detroit mobsters also poured money into real estate. Joe Zerilli was particularly keen on land, as in the 1940s he acquired hundreds of acres of farmland and suburban plots around Metro Detroit, often in relatives' names. One of his farms in Macomb County supplied produce to local markets, a seemingly innocuous business that conveniently masked income and employed mob associates. Similarly, Angelo Melli had extensive holdings by the 1950s. He owned a motel, a 200-acre farm near Marine City, a trucking company, a gas station, and 2 music stores selling jukeboxes and records. Each of these could commingle illicit funds with daily cash receipts. Melli also held shares in a warehouse and a cold storage facility, both useful for covertly storing contraband and generating rental income. John Priziola, for his part, invested heavily in cheese import businesses and Italian food distribution in Detroit's eastern market. An ideal front for importing heroin from Sicily, hidden in food crates, a trick later exposed in the famous Spaghetti Connection case. Bill Tocco co-owned the Kenwell Steel Products Company in the late 1940s, a steel warehousing firm that both provided gainful employment for some mob nephews and conveniently facilitated skimming off scrap sales. Meanwhile, Pete Licavoli used his wealth to buy a 440-acre ranch outside Tucson, Arizona in 1944. The Grace Ranch, as it was known, became Licavoli's second home and a working cattle ranch, with real cowboys on payroll, an excellent way to launder money through cattle sales and land investments. On paper, Licavoli was a gentleman rancher. In practice, the ranch also hosted clandestine meetings far from FBI ears and perhaps stored contraband away from prying Detroit police. Some mob investments straddled the line of legality. For example, vending and coin-operated machines were a mob-favored business, which was legal per se, but often obtained via strong-arm tactics. Detroit Capo Bill Black Bill Tocco Jr., the son of Black Bill in the early 1950s, ran a jukebox and cigarette vending distributorship (SS), eating machines in bars that also ran mob sports betting handbooks, a symbiotic arrangement. Jukebox rootman unions themselves became rackets. In 1944, Jimmy Hoffa helped Cleveland's Bill Presser start a Detroit Jukebox Workers Union, likely with silent mob backing. Control of jukebox placement meant control of payola and a cut of bar revenues. Another area was nightclubs and bars. mobsters often used fronts to buy popular clubs. The Chesterfield Lounge in Detroit's downtown was long rumored to be mob-financed, with Jack Tocco as a silent partner, and to offer a venue for meeting corrupt politicians in a convivial setting. The mob also invested through relatives with clean records. For instance, Jack Tocco, Black Bill's college-educated son, began a trucking company in the early 50s with legitimate city contracts. He was a clean businessman on the surface, yet his startup capital was undoubtedly his father's ill-gotten gains. Tony Zerilli, Joe's son and a college-educated man, also opened a supper club in 1952, providing a respectable front as a restaurateur, even as he prepared to step into the family business. By having sons and nephews appear as legit entrepreneurs, the older bosses insulated themselves further. Authorities tracking the Detroit mob's finances noted lifestyles that were relatively modest given their wealth. The council members did not flaunt huge mansions beyond Grosse Pointe or drive ostentatious cars with entourages. They reinvested criminal proceeds quietly. When Bill Tocco was convicted of tax evasion, it emerged that he had large bank accounts under aliases and in the names of in-laws. He'd spread money to avoid detection, a practice others emulated. The mob also used Panamanian holding companies and phony loans. A 1950 IRS probe suspected Zerilli had a Panamanian corporation loan him $200,000 to buy real estate, which he repaid slowly, masking his own funds as debt. Another critical outlet for mob money was political influence. Detroit's Mafia, like others, contributed quietly to political campaigns, usually through straw donors. In the 1940s, several Wayne County judges received substantial contributions from businessmen later identified as mob fronts. These judges tended to hand out lenient sentences for gambling offenses or dismiss search warrant challenges, a return on investment. In one instance, a 1948 Detroit City Council race saw an underdog win with last-minute slush fund help. Investigative reporters later tied some of that money to a trucking firm linked to Melly. By greasing the right palms, the partnership ensured that city crackdowns remained sporadic and that their allies, or at least non-enemies, occupied key posts. The Mayor Redding-Graf case of 1939-40 had taught them a lesson: do not concentrate corruption too obviously. After Redding's imprisonment, the mob diversified its bribe targets, a few cops here, a prosecutor's aide there, to avoid another big scandal. This way, their money acted like oil in the machine, keeping things moving without sparking an explosion of public outrage. While not flamboyant, the Detroit mob elite did enjoy the fruits of their empire. They bought vacation properties. Zerilli had a cottage in northern Michigan's Charlevoix under an alias, and Melly had a winter condo in Lauderdale by the Sea, Florida. They sent their children to private Catholic schools. In fact, by the 1950s, kids of mobsters and kids of auto barons sat side by side at Grosse Pointe's parochial schools, illustrating how the underworld had socio-economically ascended. The bosses also invested in community banks. Angelo Melly quietly held shares in the Bank of Commerce in Hamtramck, giving access to friendly loans and cash services. Hazel Park Raceway, mentioned earlier, was another significant asset through hidden ownership. Detroit mobsters not only earned from betting but eventually sold some stock at great profit as the track's value soared in the 1950s boom. One of the few times mob finances drew official scrutiny was in 1952, when the Michigan Racing Commission questioned unusual stock purchases at Hazel Park. But the probe was inconclusive, and names were buried by nominees. By 1953, the Detroit mob's financial footprint was impressive yet camouflaged. The underworld economy they controlled, policy gambling, betting, etc., pumped cash into their coffers, which they then laundered into hotels, farms, trucking fleets, restaurants, real estate developments, and beyond. This lent a semblance of legitimacy to men like Zerilli and Melly, making it difficult for law enforcement to trace criminal proceeds. The result, the Detroit partnership became entrenched in the city's economic fabric, with interests spanning from produce markets to parking lots. Decades later, investigators piecing together records would marvel that many of Metro Detroit's seemingly innocuous small businesses of the mid-20th century had silent partners from the Mafia. a tribute to the combination's foresight in institutionalizing its wealth. Among Detroit residents in the early 1950s, the Italian Mafia was an enigma. To law-abiding citizens, overt gangland terror seemed a thing of the past, associated with the Purple Gang era. The Italian mob's reputation was relatively benign or nebulous. Some viewed them almost romantically. Local Italian folklore spoke of La Combina, the combination, with a wink, a group that kept order in the underworld and took care of its neighborhood. Indeed, in Detroit's Italian-American enclaves, such as Eastern Market, Little Italy on Gratio, and Dearborn's Italian district, mafiosi like Zerilli were occasionally praised for charitable acts, for example, donating generously to Catholic churches and funding parish festivals. This engendered a Robin Hood image to a degree. The African-American community, while victimized by the mob's exploitation of policy gambling, also saw a silver lining. The mob-paid graft had inadvertently forced the city to hire more black officers to superficially combat policy in the late 30s. Black numbers operators often noted that under Italian oversight, violence was limited and business thrived, a perspective that the syndicate at least provided structure. On the other hand, many ordinary Detroiters simply did not know or believe that a formal mafia was active. The city's press and leadership weren't sounding alarm bells. Unlike in New York, where the term mafia was commonly used after 1951, Detroit's officials remained publicly somewhat in denial. This lack of awareness in the general public allowed the Detroit mob to escape the intense community backlash seen in places like Kansas City or Philadelphia when mob violence hit those streets. In sum, the mythologies around Detroit's mob in this era were that it was different, quieter, less bloody, more businesslike. And in large part, the mob lived up to that carefully crafted image. Within national organized crime circles, the Detroit Partnership earned great respect for its stability and unity. Under Joseph Zerilli's leadership, Detroit was known as a family with no informants, no internecine wars, and the ability to keep making money steadily. Other mob bosses envied that record. As one member of the five families reportedly remarked in 1963, in Detroit they all cousins, hard to break that. This referred to the intermarriage strategy started in 1931. By tying everyone together via blood or marriage, Zerilli and Tocco had significantly reduced the risk of betrayal. FBI reports much later would call the Detroit family tighter than a drum because of these bonds. The council system also meant decisions were deliberate and consensus-driven. There was no impulsive boss ordering rogue hits that could spiral into war. Nationally, this earned Detroit a bit of a neutral peacemaker role. In the infamous 1957 Appalachian meeting, for instance, Angelo Melli was possibly involved in discussions among warring factions, such as those loyal to Vito Genovese versus those siding with Luciano's ideals. Given Detroit's lack of internal strife, Melli's advice carried weight on how to avoid conflicts. Internally, the partnership governed itself with a firm but measured hand. The council met regularly, often weekly, at rotating locations, sometimes in the back room of Zerilli's Venetian Club social club on Detroit's east side, or at Pretziola's farmhouse in rural Macomb County. They settled disputes through discussion or, if needed, arbitration with other families. Violence was a last resort, but when used, it was swift and secret. For example, in 1938, West Side gang boss Joe Tocco, no relation to Black Bill, started rebelling against the council's authority. Rather than spark a broad war, the partnership quietly assigned 2 hitmen to eliminate Joe Tocco on May 1000, 1938. He was shot at a private home and died the next day in a hospital, taking whatever knowledge he had to the grave. The newspaper headlines about that incident spoke of a beer baron ambushed, but did not tie it to the mafia directly. That surgical removal of a dissident sent a clear internal signal. Another instance of internal discipline was the forced retirement of Leo Celura, an old Melli ally who became too unstable after a 1937 manslaughter case. The council simply told Celura to leave town, or else he moved to California and was never an issue again. The combination also strictly forbade unauthorized violence. Any member who killed without the council's approval faced execution. This rule prevented chaotic shootings that could attract police heat. By enforcing such an order, Cirilli's crew had no significant informers for decades. It's telling that when the first ever Detroit-made man did turn informant, Nove Tocco in the 1990s, he revealed that he remained loyal as long as he did, partly because I was married into it, they were my family. Before formally joining the Mafia's National Commission, Detroit maintained friendly ties with most major families. They avoided feuds. Even the Chicago outfit was more ally than rival, with multiple sit-downs ensuring Detroit controlled Michigan and Chicago stayed out. In 1949, when a minor dispute arose about some Chicago hoodlums encroaching on Flint, Michigan, Cirilli and Chicago boss Accardo worked it out amicably. Detroit also had an in with New York via Joe Prophesy, Brooklyn family boss, Jack Prophesie's brother-in-law, and a local capo. Through such links, Detroit kept a finger on the national pulse. When the Commission added Detroit in 1956, it was more a formality acknowledging Cirilli's seniority and the city's importance in rackets like gambling and drugs. From that point, Joe Cirilli was considered one of the grand old men of Cosa Nostra, sitting alongside the likes of Carlo Gambino, Vito Genovese, Sam Giancana, and others at national meetings. This elevation in status had roots in the foundation of Cirilli and his partners. A well-run, prosperous, and unified organization, arguably the model of what Luciano and others had hoped families would become after the Castellamarese War. Part 4, Hoffa Connection, Vegas and Heroin. In this part of our video, we'll be discussing the years between 1950 and the late 70s. At mid-century, Detroit's Mafia partnership reached its zenith of power and diversification, grounded on three criminal pillars. Heroin trafficking, exploiting close Sicilian ties, Detroit became a key post, WWAT heroin import hub. By the 1950s, it funneled European, mostly Sicilian, to French, heroin through Windsor into Detroit for nationwide distribution. This Partinico connection, led by boss Giovanni Papa John Priziola and Sicilian partner Frank Fingers Coppola, supplied major East Coast mob networks. While extremely lucrative, these narcotics pipelines also invited federal attention. For example, a 1952 FBN bust dealt a blow to the Luciano Corsican supply chain. Detroit's heroin trade persisted in the shadows, tightly compartmentalized wholesale dealings, often through Sicilian kinship crews with retail distribution left largely to non-LCN groups. For example, local African-American rings, minimizing informants and exposure. Teamsters and Hoffa Alliance, Detroit was Jimmy Hoffa's home base, and the mob's influence permeated the Teamsters Union's rise. Hoffa's cozy relationships with Detroit mobsters, such as Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, who served as his underworld liaison, gave the Mafia leverage over the massive Teamsters pension fund. During the 1960s to 70s, tens of millions of dollars from the IBT Central States Pension Fund were channeled into mob-connected businesses, especially Las Vegas casinos. In return, the Detroit combination and allies enjoyed sweetheart loans and union muscle when needed. By 1975, however, Hoffa's bid to regain Teamsters leadership threatened these arrangements. His disappearance on July 30, 1975, allegedly at the hands of his one-time Detroit mob friends, symbolized the lethal intersection of labor and organized crime. Casino skimming operations. Following Las Vegas's 1960s boom, Detroit's family surreptitiously bought into several Nevada casinos to siphon untaxed cash. In partnership with other Midwestern families, Detroit mobsters held hidden stakes in the Frontier and Aladdin casinos in Las Vegas and later in the Edgewater in L'Enfant. Through straw men and Teamster-financed loans, they installed friendly management and extracted profits off the books, the skim. For example, a Detroit St. Louis mob team covertly skimmed the Aladdin's gambling proceeds until federal convictions between 1972 and 75 ended their run. These casino forays brought enormous illicit revenue. At their peak, the Teamsters Fund had $272 million invested in Nevada casinos, effectively the mob's bankroll, but also drew intense FBI and Nevada regulatory heat by the late 1970s. The Detroit partnership was governed by a ruling council of senior bosses rather than an autocratic don. Zerilli, as the official boss, chaired meetings but strove for consensus. Dispute resolution was handled internally first. If impasses arose on inter-family matters, which is rare, Detroit deferred to the National Mafia Commission. In fact, Zerilli himself sat on the commission for Detroit, giving the family a voice in national mafia affairs. The family enforced strict discipline. Loyalty was cemented by intermarriage among mob families, a rule since 1931, and by widely sharing racket proceeds to avoid jealousy. This produced an unusually stable family with no informants for over 50 years. Only the council could authorize murders or large new enterprises, casinos, international narcotics deals, etc., ensuring centralized control. Senior Detroit leadership, the council consisted of these 5 crucial names. Joseph Joe Uno Zerilli was a longtime boss between 1936 and 77, a Castellamare-born founder of the Detroit Partnership and its guiding figure. Known for diplomacy and a low profile, sat on the Mafia's National Commission representing Detroit. Under his reign, the family thrived in gambling rackets and expanded into narcotics in Las Vegas. He died 30 Oct 1977 at 79. Angelo Melli was the consigliere and elder statesman until 1969. He was a key organizer of Detroit's modern mob. Melli co-founded the secret Partenico heroin network post-World War II. He had profound union and political connections. He died in November 1969 of natural causes. John Prizziola was a consigliere between 1969 and 79, earlier a capo. Short in stature but wielded immense clout as Zerilli's confidant and narcotics chief. Prizziola led the Partenico faction, importing heroin via Sicily and Canada. He also oversaw the crew in extortion and gambling. He was implicated in at least one internal murder to protect the heroin racket, the Salvatale hit. Papa John semi-retired to San Diego by the mid-70s but remained the last original council member. His word was final, to the end. He died in April 1979 at the age of 84. Peter Horseface Licaboli was an underboss between the 1940s and the early 60s. He was a Prohibition-era gang leader who became Zerilli's number 2. Licavoli oversaw downriver rackets and out-of-state interests in Toledo and Arizona. By 1965, he retired to a ranch in Tucson, but was still advising the crew there. Licavoli lived until 1984. William Black Bill Tocco was an advisor to the combination. He was Zerilli's brother-in-law and co-founder of the partnership, boss in the early 1930s. Though semi-retired by the 1950s, he remained a respected elder until he died in 1972. Tocco's son Jack married Melli's daughter, linking the two top families. Among the ruling council of the combination, there were major players, names like Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone, Vito Billy Jack Giacalone, Anthony Tony Z Zerilli, Michael Big Mike Polizzi, Giacomo Jack Tocco, Raffaele Jimmy Q Quazzarano, and Frankie Fingers Coppola. Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone was the street boss of the combination. He was responsible for day-to-day operations and served as a buffer between Zerilli and the ruling council and the streets. Tony Jack was the mob's chief point man for labor racketeering and underworld diplomacy. Born 1919, rose as a fearsome enforcer. By the 1970s, he was Hoffa's primary mob contact in Detroit, scheduled, perhaps deceitfully, to meet Hoffa on July 30, 1975, and long suspected of orchestrating his murder. Antley was indicted for bribery in 1963, for gambling in 1968, and for tax evasion in 1972, but artfully avoided long prison until later in life. He died in 2001. Vito Billy Jack Giacalone, born in 1923, was a capo of the partnership and Tony's younger brother. He was a low-profile mobster reputed as Detroit's most proficient loan shark and collector. Vito was allegedly one of the hit team that abducted Hoffa. The FBI labeled him a prime suspect, as he had no alibi that day. Billy Jack was convicted of tax evasion in 1976 and served around 7 years. He later became street boss in the 1990s. Vito died in 2012. Anthony Tony Z. Zerilli was Joseph Zerilli's son and a capo, briefly acting boss in the early 1970s. Tony Z. was groomed from youth. He studied business at the University of Detroit. Tony Z. co-invested in Vegas schemes and was convicted in 1975 for the Frontier and Aladdin casino conspiracy. He was imprisoned between 1976 and 79. Upon release, he was sidelined as Jack Tocco took top spot. Tony Z. was famously claimed in 2013 to know Hoffa's burial site, an Oakland County field, which was never corroborated. He died in 2015 at 87. Michael "Big Mike" Polizzi was a capo and a close friend of Tony Zerilli. Big Mike helped run suburban gambling clubs. He partnered with Zerilli on the Aladdin hidden ownership and was convicted in 1975 alongside him. Big Mike served 4 years and was semi-retired afterward. Giacomo Jack Tocco was born in 1926. He was Zerilli's nephew and a quietly influential capo in the 60s and 70s. Jack Tocco ran profitable, legitimate businesses such as Melrose Linen as mob fronts. He avoided notoriety during this era and was mentioned only glancingly in the 1963 Valachi hearings as an up-and-comer. Jack Tocco inherited the boss mantle in 1979 after the Zenith. He would be later convicted in the 1998 RICO case. He died in 2014. Raffaele Jimmy Q. Quasarano was a heroin lieutenant and solver, an original Partinico faction member. He managed Sicilian contacts and was Priziola's point man for drug shipments. Jimmy Q received heroin and forwarded it to NYC via Lucchese contacts. He was allegedly involved in the Hoffa plot as a liaison since he was close to Tony Pro Provenzano. Jimmy Q became consigliere in 1979. He was convicted in 1983 for casino-related racketeering and then retired. Died in 2001. Frankie Fingers Coppola was a Sicilian-born Detroit capo turned international trafficker. He was deported in 1948. Coppola set up the Sicilian end of Detroit's heroin pipeline working with Luciano. In Partinico, he became a Mafia boss, coordinating transatlantic shipments to Priziola to Melli via Windsor, using Windsor contact Louis Cicchini. Frankie Fingers died in Italy in 1982. During its peak, the Detroit mob extended its reach to Nevada's gaming industry, engaging in hidden ownership and skimming at several casinos. Originally opened as the New Frontier, the Frontier was acquired in 1967 by Howard Hughes, then sold in 1969 to a group led by Ed Torres, a frontman with underworld ties. Detroit partnership members Anthony Zerilli and Michael Polizzi, alongside St. Louis boss Tony Giordano, secretly funneled money into this purchase. They used Emprise Corp., a sports concession company friendly to mob interests, as a straw owner for part of the casino. By 1974, evidence showed Zerilli, Polizzi, and Giordano had concealed stakes and exerted hidden control. Anthony Giordano was the boss of the St. Louis Mafia. He partnered closely with Detroit's Zerilli and Polizzi in Las Vegas ventures. Giordano financed hidden shares of the Aladdin and Frontier casinos. He was convicted in 1972 for Aladdin skim and in 1975 for Frontier hidden ownership, receiving 4-year sentences. Giordano was released in 1977 and died in 1980. Giordano's involvement provided an experienced muscle and additional commission backing to Detroit's casino moves. The mob's mechanism centered on the casino counter room. According to later court testimony, unrecorded cash from table games was periodically set aside before reaching the books. At the Frontier, much of the skim came from the sports betting operation. In the 1970s, Nevada regulators found the Frontier's race and sportsbook was missing significant revenue, implying a systematic skim. Money was then delivered to mob couriers, often via suitcases flown out. Giordano's crew allegedly managed physical collection, forwarding Detroit's share via trusted intermediaries. While exact skim amounts remain uncertain, one witness claimed $40,000 per month left the Frontier for mob bosses in the early 70s. Detroit provided capital via Teamster loan influence and its own funds and management personnel. Anthony Zerilli spent time in Vegas overseeing operations indirectly, and Joe Tocco was also rumored to have visited. They partnered chiefly with St. Louis's Giordano and, to a lesser extent, with Chicago, which had eyes on the frontier but was more focused on Stardust. This multi-family alliance was meant to shield any one family from being too obvious. However, it also meant splitting profits. In 1975, the Hidden Frontier scheme unraveled. Giordano, Zerilli, and Polizzi were convicted in April 1975 of conspiracy to defraud the US via hidden casino interests. Each got a 4-year prison term. Nevada regulators, citing these convictions, forced a corporate reorganization. By 1976, all suspicious partners were bought out and new owners installed. Notably, in 1977, Giordano was further convicted of trying to secretly buy into the Frontier, a separate charge, reinforcing that his and Detroit's control was illicit. The Frontier venture was cut short by law enforcement. Detroit's mob likely recouped its initial investment and then some in skim, but at high cost. The convictions removed 2 Detroit leaders from the street. Importantly, the case alerted federal agencies to Detroit's presence in Vegas, spurring wider skimming probes. The Aladdin was opened in 1966 and fell under mob influence after the initial owners ran into debt. Around 1972, Detroit's Anthony Zerilli and Mike Polizzi teamed with St. Louis's Giordano and Kansas City interests to quietly take over. They did so by placing James Tamer, a Detroit associate, as entertainment director and using fronts like Johnny Formosa of Philadelphia to hold stock. A mid-70s $50 million Aladdin expansion was mostly financed by the Teamsters Central States Pension Fund, indicating mob collusion. Detroit's share was estimated at 20% of the hidden ownership. James Tamer, also known as Jimmy Eyes, was a Detroit associate placed as Aladdin's entertainment director in the early 1970s. He was a Lebanese-American businessman who fronted for mob owners and oversaw casino operations day to day. Jimmy Eyes was indicted in 1978 by a Detroit grand jury for concealing mob ownership of the Aladdin. Nevada regulators suspended him, and he was forced out. He was convicted in a 1979 federal case for conspiracy and served brief prison time. At the Aladdin, skimming was facilitated by the hotel's mob-planted finance chief. Cash from the counting room, notably from high-roller baccarat action and the slot coin room, was removed before bank counting. The conspirators also employed bogus entertainment contracts, for example, overpaying a performer controlled by Tamer, then funneling the excess back to mob hands, a form of skim. One documented instance, Aladdin paid an inflated fee to a booking agent linked to Tamer, who then kicked back funds to Detroit mobsters, effectively laundering casino cash off record. By 1974, the FBI believed at least $2 million per year was being diverted from the Aladdin, split among the Detroit, St. Louis, Kansas City, and possibly Los Angeles mobs. Detroit's Zerilli crew was a key initiator. They brought in St. Louis for additional muscle and funds, and Chicago through Alan Dorfman's influence in the pension loan as silent partners. The Aladdin was a smaller property, so it didn't attract the Chicago outfit's top attention, leaving Detroit and St. Louis in primary control. Still, I believe they were getting their cut. Detroit men ran day-to-day covertly, while Giordano provided oversight and intimidation if needed. Teamsters money, via Fitzsimmons and Dorfman, greased the deal. Effectively, the mob was using union pensions to buy a casino for itself. The Aladdin became the cause célèbre for Nevada's reformers. In 1975–76, the Nevada Gaming Control Board held hearings that exposed connections between some partners and members of the Detroit crime family. The Gaming Commission initially fined the Aladdin and demanded Tamer's ouster. Then, after federal indictments, the 1977–78 Detroit Grand Jury (NGC) shut down the Aladdin in 1979. The first modern casino closed for mob influence. New proprietors, including entertainer Wayne Newton, had to buy it in a fire sale, and Nevada implemented stricter licensing checks thereafter. The Aladdin skim collapsed spectacularly. In 1979, Tamer was convicted in Detroit of fraud conspiracy, and other co-conspirators took plea deals. Zerilli and Polizzi had already been jailed in the Frontier case, which removed Detroit's stake by default. Detroit's mob likely pocketed a few million from the Aladdin overall, but the exposure brought massive heat. It essentially ended their ability to operate in Nevada. The Edgewater was a new casino project on the Colorado River in Laughlin. In 1976, Anthony Zerilli and partners Joseph Agosto of KC and a Cleveland investor formed an ownership group behind a front company to build Edgewater. They secured a large loan, one report said, over $7 million from Far West Savings, possibly with Teamster pension backing. Construction finished in 1981. However, when the group applied for a gaming license, the NGCB discovered alleged connections to Detroit mobsters. Under pressure, the legitimate partners bought out the suspect investors before opening. Thus, Detroit never actually operated the casino. Detroit may have had minor interests in the Riviera via Ed Torres in the late 70s and attempted in early 80s to invest in the Tropicana. Through the 1960s to 70s, the Detroit mob, in concert with its outfit partners, managed to embed itself in the Las Vegas casino boom, siphoning substantial untaxed cash from multiple casinos. This transnational racket was enabled by Teamster pension financing and by collusion among several Mafia families. However, by the end of the 1970s, concerted law enforcement efforts, FBI strike forces, Nevada regulators, and high-profile trials dismantled Detroit's casino influence, resulting in jail terms for its leaders and the sale of mobbed-up casinos to clean owners. The casino skim era provided a lucrative but ultimately unsustainable revenue source for the Detroit partnership. One of the most interesting parts of the Detroit combination is its relation to Jimmy Hoffa. The relationship between Jimmy Hoffa, the Teamsters Union, and the Detroit Mafia was complex and evolved over decades. Hoffa's career began in Detroit's Teamsters Local 299 in the 1930s, where he first encountered organized crime as both adversary and ally. By the 1950s, Detroit was geographic and factional central to Hoffa's rise. The city's large trucking industry meant a strong Teamsters presence, and the Detroit partnership saw opportunity in labor racketeering. Rather than fighting unions, the Mafia could infiltrate and profit. Hoffa's home Local 299 in Detroit was known to include mob-tied individuals on its payroll. For example, Billy Giacaloni's mother had a clerical job. Roland McMaster's goons got business agent roles. The mob also gained influence and access to union benefits. In return, the Detroit mob ensured labor peace, no unauthorized strikes or raids on Teamster jurisdictions. This quid pro quo is supported by a quote from a retired Detroit detective in Deadline Detroit. The Mafia didn't infiltrate the Teamsters as much as they were invited in to keep things under control. For example, as early as 1940, Hoffa enlisted Detroit gangster Bernard McMahon to strong-arm a competing union in a Detroit strike. This set a precedent that friends in low places could be an asset to the Teamsters. As Hoffa himself hinted, if we don't know who the enemy hires, hoodlums, we're at a disadvantage. By 1957, when Hoffa took the national presidency of IBT, Detroit's mob essentially had a seat at the table. Detroit's mob family did not control Hoffa, but they had leverage through long-standing friendships and favors. Street boss Anthony Giacaloni became Hoffa's unofficial liaison to the underworld by the 1960s. Similarly, Eastern Syndicate figures Sam Giancana, Russell Bufalino, and Carlos Marcello connected with Hoffa, but the Detroit partnership had the home field advantage of daily proximity. FBI wiretaps in 1962 recorded Detroit mobsters discussing how Hoffa's letting us load locals with our people, suggesting that in Detroit, known mob associates obtained union positions or contracts with Hoffa's blessing. Indeed, several Detroit mob-connected men held Teamster offices. For example, Vito Giacalone reportedly had a no-show job as a business agent for Teamsters Local 337 for a time. The McClellan Committee, 1957-59, hearings laid bare many specifics of mob Teamster links. Senator McClellan concluded that Detroit exemplified the systemic infiltration of racketeers into a major labor union. RFK's prosecutorial team spotlighted deals like the IBT's purchase of a mobster's house above market value. Local 299 bought Mafia boss Paul Ricker's home near Detroit in 1954, effectively laundering a payoff to the Chicago mob. Hoffa denied wrongdoing, but the pattern was clear. The Teamsters under Hoffa did business with the mob routinely. In Detroit, as Hoffa's base, multiple such incidents occurred. In 1959, the FBI noted that the new IBT HQ building in Detroit was being built by a company tied to Detroit capo Pete Corrado, indicating sweetheart contracts. In sum, by the early 1960s, Detroit's underworld and Hoffa's Teamsters were deeply intertwined. The mob provided muscle and secured labor peace in trucking, while union officers gave contracts, loans, and cushy jobs to mob-favored entities. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement until federal pressure and internal Teamster politics began to strain it in the late 60s. Perhaps the single greatest prize of Hoffa's mob alliance was the IBT Central States, Southeast and Southwest Areas Pension Fund, based in Detroit and Chicago. The fund was called Mob's Bank. Starting in 1955, as Hoffa built this fund by negotiating employer contributions of $2 per member per week, it amassed tens of millions, then hundreds of millions of dollars. Traditional banks shunned Las Vegas casinos and other high-risk ventures, but the Teamsters Fund, which was controlled by Hoffa and a board of his loyalists, stepped in to finance them. By 1976, the fund had loaned an estimated $272 million to casino and real estate projects in Nevada, dwarfing other creditors and making it the largest single lender in Nevada gaming. As Hoffa's hometown crew, the Detroit partnership had unique access to this bank. On the fund's board was Alan Dorfman, a Chicago outfit associate, but whose father was a close friend of Hoffa in Detroit. Detroit mobsters did not directly sit on the board, but they influenced from behind the scenes. For instance, multiple pension loans to Las Vegas had Detroit fingerprints. The Caesars Palace loan in 1966, a $10.6 million initial loan, followed by additional loans up to $22 million, was facilitated by Hoffa's attendance at the casino's opening gala in Orb 1966. Detroit mobsters like Giacalone used this event to ingratiate themselves with Nevada contacts. A former casino exec later said, "We needed a guy like Jimmy. Only he could get us the money," hinting Hoffa's clout with mob blessing was decisive. Detroit's Anthony Zerilli reportedly arranged a $1 million finder's fee split among several families for this loan. The Aladdin expansion loan by the mid-1970s, around $15 million, including interim loans, was funded mainly by the Teamsters. Fitzsimmons approved it with little scrutiny, at the urging of mob-connected union trustees. Detroit's crew, Zerilli and Polizzi, benefited directly as hidden owners. The loan was approved despite Aladdin's shaky finances, underscoring mob influence. An IRS analysis later found that entertainment director James Tamer had curiously secured a $1 million Teamsters loan for a performing arts center at the Aladdin, likely a pretext to inject funds and possibly extract kickbacks. The Argent, Stardust, Fremont loans 1974, though mainly for Chicago and Kansas City, Detroit had to sign off at the commission level. Indeed, the FBI's 1978 Las Vegas strike force affidavit noted the families of Detroit, Cleveland, Milwaukee, Kansas City, Chicago, and LA all had a piece of the Teamsters-funded casino pie. Paraphrased from Casino Book, Moderate Confidence. Detroit's piece was smaller in Argent, but they still got some finder's fees through Alan Dorfman's cut. Typically, mob families use straw borrowers, for example respectable businessmen, to apply for the loans, and the pension fund with lenient due diligence would approve at relatively low interest. In return, the approving Teamster officials, Fitz, Dorfman, et al., expected considerations, cash bribes, property stakes, or union, benefiting side deals. For Detroit, the benefit was often equity. Zerilli or his frontmen would quietly hold a percentage of the casino or project being funded. For instance, internal FBI memos from 1976 alleged Detroit interests held 10% of a new hotel built with Teamster money in Florida. Hoffa's home, Local 299 in Detroit, was known to include mob-tied individuals on its payroll. For example, Billy Giacalone's mother had the clerical job, Roland McMaster's goons got business agent roles. In return, the Detroit mob ensured labor peace, no unauthorized strikes or raids on Teamster jurisdictions. This quid pro quo is supported by a quote from a retired Detroit detective in Deadline Detroit. The Mafia didn't infiltrate the Teamsters as much as they were invited in to keep things under control. The Detroit mob also used union connections to secure sweetheart contracts for mob-connected firms. In 1973, a Detroit vending company partially owned by gangster Paul Coryell won the contract to supply all vending machines at a large trucking firm. At inflated prices, after Teamsters pressured the employer. In essence, the mob profited from both pension loans and union clout in labor agreements. After Hoffa's release in 1971, a key conflict was control of the pension fund. Fitzsimmons, aligned with mob interests, was content to continue free-flow lending to mob ventures. Hoffa, however, signaled he might tighten the purse or shift favors to different cronies if he regained power. This worried many, especially the Detroit Partnership, which by 1974 had tens of millions on the street via Central States loans, Aladdin, etc. Thus, keeping Hoffa out wasn't just personal, it was financially crucial. In a 1978 interview, Dan Moldea, author of The Hoffa Wars, argued that the pension fund was the golden goose. Control over it meant controlling who got rich. And Hoffa's return threatened to upset established kickback channels. The mob couldn't allow that. In sum, the Teamsters Pension Fund became a significant engine of Detroit mob wealth, but only as long as compliant leadership, like Fitzsimmons, was in place. Detroit mobsters worked behind the scenes to ensure it remained their bank, and Hoffa's ambitions to reclaim it likely sealed his fate. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, Hoffa met frequently and quite openly at times with Detroit mob figures, despite such meetings being fodder for FBI surveillance and McClellan Committee ire. The American Lebanese Club in Detroit was co-owned by Mafia consigliere Angelo Melli. FBI records suggest Hoffa was a guest at strategy sessions there with mobsters, hashing out jurisdiction over trucking routes and union drives. One specific 1957 FBI report claims Hoffa visited Papa John Preziola at the club to assure the partnership that East Coast Teamsters expansion wouldn't encroach on Detroit rackets. After the infamous 1957 Appalachian Mob Summit bust, a hastily arranged meeting took place at a suburban Detroit roadhouse between Hoffa and several Midwest mob bosses. Giancana of Chicago, Zerilli of Detroit, and Pagano of St. Louis. Hoffa offered reassurance that Teamsters would remain friendly despite increased scrutiny. While Hoffa was incarcerated between 1967 and 71, he famously shared federal prison time with Tony Provenzano at Lewisburg Penitentiary. There, their friendship soured over a refused favor and insults. But also in Lewisburg was Anthony Michigan Tony Zerilli briefly until 1971. There's speculation that messages were exchanged via prison grapevine. Upon Hoffa's release, Tony Jack Giacalone was one of the first to visit him under the pretext of a friendly welcome home dinner. FBI notes from early 1972 confirm Hoffa met Giacalone at Detroit's Roma Cafe to discuss Teamsters politics. The planned lunch at Match's Red Fox between Hoffa and the mob on July 30, 1975 is infamous. Hoffa wrote in his calendar 2 p.m. RF Tony G, Tony P. Lenny, indicating the attendees Tony Giacalone Detroit, Tony Provenzano NJ, and Lenny Schultz. The topic, likely Hoffa's return to power and negotiating peace with Provenzano. This meeting, of course, was a ruse. Giacalone and Provenzano never intended to show up in good faith. But its scheduling demonstrates how Hoffa still believed in negotiating with his mob contacts to achieve his ends. Giacalone's HQ, the Southfield Athletic Club, Detroit suburb, was where Tony Jack often held court. On numerous occasions from 1973 to 75, Hoffa was observed dropping by to speak with Giacalone. Both men liked to use the club's gym and sauna. FBI surveillance on 30 July 1975 even noted that Giacalone and Lenny Schultz remained together at SAC all afternoon, as if deliberately creating an alibi. But earlier interactions here, some possibly taped by a bug the FBI had in the locker room, likely covered strategies for Hoffa's comeback. One story, from FBI agent H. Augusta's memoir, says that in May 1975, Hoffa confronted Giacalone at the club, demanding mob support for his bid to oust Fitzsimmons, and Giacalone cryptically replied, "Jim, some people have a vested interest in things staying as they are." This chilling remark foreshadowed trouble. The Mafia helped Hoffa with extreme tasks. For example, multiple sources allege the mob plotted but did not ultimately carry out to bribe or intimidate jurors in Hoffa's mid-60s trials. Indeed, Hoffa's 1964 conviction for jury tampering involved him trying to funnel $10,000 to a juror. The intermediary he used was alleged to be a Genovese family associate, implying Mafia assistance. The Detroit family wasn't directly fingered, but certainly Hoffa leveraged his underworld Rolodex for such schemes. Conversely, when certain mobsters got in trouble, Hoffa quietly used union funds to hire top lawyers for them. Despite Hoffa's outward bravado, "I'm not afraid of organized crime," he told the media. In private, he treated top mobsters with deference. Yet he also expected their support. A well-supported inference, by 1974, Hoffa felt the mob owed him for years of lucrative deals and thus should back his bid to oust Fitzsimmons. Detroit's Giacalones appeared to humor Hoffa, meeting him frequently, but likely were under instructions from the commission or their own interests to stall and assess. By mid-1975, evidence suggests a deterioration. FBI wiretaps reportedly picked up Hoffa raging about "that goddamn Tony Pro" and vowing to expose mob control of the pension fund if pushed. If true, that was a fatal escalation, essentially signing his death warrant. The crux of the conflict was that Hoffa wanted power back, and the Mafia, particularly those benefiting from Fitzsimmons, did not want him back. By early 1974, two axes had formed. Hoffa loyalists in the Union included some lower-level Teamsters and disaffected members who disliked Fitz. A few mobsters quietly leaned toward Hoffa too, notably Russell Bufalino, who had personal loyalty to Hoffa. This is contested. Bufalino met Hoffa in spring '75, possibly encouraging him to reconcile with Provenzano or to drop his comeback. Accounts vary. No Detroit mobster openly supported Hoffa's return. At best, Tony Giacalone feigned neutrality. Virtually all major mob families with Teamster interests were in the anti-Hoffa faction camp: Detroit, Chicago, New Jersey, Genovese, Cleveland, etc. Plus IBT President Fitzsimmons and his cronies like Dorfman. They had a shared interest in keeping pension loans flowing and avoiding scrutiny. In early 1975, a murder contract on Hoffa was discussed among these circles. Specifically, a March 1975 meeting in Florida at Russell Bufalino's daughter's wedding allegedly had mob bosses concur that if Hoffa didn't stand down, action would be taken. The Detroit family, via Giacalone, almost certainly gave its assent. In other words, by spring '75, the mob's patience with Hoffa was exhausted. Hoffa remained defiant. He continued legal efforts to overturn his restriction, which were failing in court, and planned a public campaign at the Teamsters Convention in 1976. He also threatened to reveal improper dealings if needed, for example hinting he might tell where the bodies are buried regarding mob loan kickbacks. Whether he would truly snitch is debated, since most think Hoffa was just posturing. Nonetheless, by July 1975, he was increasingly isolated. Even his once ally, Anthony Provenzano, was now a deadly enemy. Detroit mobsters like Billy Giacalone were reported to be surveilling Hoffa's movements in this period. Hoffa set up the Mashu's Red Fox meeting to either make peace with the mob or draw lines with it. It was a bold, perhaps naive attempt. He expected Tony Giacalone and Tony Provenzano to hash things out. Instead, the event became an ambush. There are many theories about Hoffa's disappearance. These theories include the FBI and official assumptions, testimonials, and even a confession by Frank Sheeran, which couldn't be confirmed by evidence. Let's go one by one on these major theories. Detroit hit and cremation theory. This theory posits that Detroit mob leaders, the Giacalone crew, executed Hoffa locally and incinerated his remains at a mob-controlled facility in or near Detroit. Hoffa was lured to a meeting by Detroit's Tony Giacalone, Hoffa noted on his pad. Key suspects Tony and Vito Giacalone had the motive to protect their interests and the opportunity, and they orchestrated the setup. Multiple FBI informants indicated Hoffa's body was likely destroyed in Detroit. One source pointed to Central Sanitation's incinerator in Hamtramck. It was found suspiciously closed the day after Hoffa vanished, and its owner, McMaster, was a known enemy of Hoffa. In 1976, a federal report to the DOJ concluded, "The Hoffa homicide was approved by the Commission and carried out by the Detroit family in coordination with the NJ family, body likely cremated within 24 hours. Modern disclosures, like Bernstein's 2020 article, add that Lenny Schultz's house was the murder site and that Roland McMaster disposed of the corpse via a wood chipper and incinerator combination. This theory is well supported. It fits the evidence of Giacalone's involvement and the lack of a body, and has been the FBI's working hypothesis for decades. Tony Pro and New Jersey crew did it. Theory: some believe Anthony Provenzano, who was angered by personal feuds, orchestrated Hoffa's murder using his New Jersey hit team, with minimal direct Detroit involvement except permission. In this scenario, Sal Briguglio was the lead triggerman, Stephen and Thomas Andretta assisted, and they transported Hoffa's body to New Jersey, possibly burying it at PJP landfill in Jersey City, which was owned by Provenzano allies. Provenzano had made open threats on Hoffa's life, heard by prison inmates, and had a clear motive to prevent Hoffa from regaining power. In 1975, one witness claimed to see Briguglio on a flight from Detroit to New Jersey the night of July 30, and Charles Allen, the protected witness, testified that Hoffa was killed on Tony Pro's orders, and the body ground up and dumped in a Florida swamp. Another FBI theory in 1977 speculated the body was shipped to NJ in a 55-gallon drum and buried at the landfill, which was later extensively searched between 2021 and 22 without results. The NJ-centric theory is plausible because Tony Pro certainly was involved in the plot, and disposal in his territory is possible. However, it relies on more conjecture, and the FBI's 2001 to 2005 digs at suspected NJ sites came up empty. Most experts believe New Jersey mobsters were hit team members, but under Detroit's direction, and disposal out of state is less likely due to logistical risks. Still, it cannot be ruled out, hence it is plausible. Frank Sheeran did it, the Irishman theory, popularized by Charles Brandt's 2004 book I Heard You Paint Houses and the 2019 film The Irishman. This theory claims Frank Sheeran, a Philadelphia mob associate and Hoffa's friend, shot Hoffa in a Detroit house. Sheeran alleged that on Russell Bufalino's orders, he and the mafioso named Sal Briguglio led Hoffa into a house on Beaverland Saint in northwest Detroit, and Sheeran fired 2 bullets into Hoffa's head. The body was then cremated at a nearby funeral home. Sheeran's account is first person and detailed, but there is no corroborating forensic evidence. In 2004, the FBI did test bloodstains from that Beaverland Saint house, previously suspected from a 1970s tip, and they found the blood was not Hoffa's. Moreover, records show Sheeran was in Detroit that day and indeed close to the Giacalone crew. But many experts doubt Sheeran's credibility. Sheeran got some verifiable details wrong, for example, saying the hit house had plastic on the floor, which crime scene investigators found no sign of. The FBI generally considers Sheeran's confession as unsubstantiated. The Bureau pointed out that key figures Sheeran named, like Briguglio in the car, conflict with other evidence of Briguglio's whereabouts. Thus, this theory is speculative. While Sheeran may have had peripheral involvement, he may have been tasked with diverting Hoffa if needed. It's unlikely he was the lone killer as he claimed. The enduring value of this theory is cultural mainly. It filled a narrative void, but it hasn't convinced law enforcement. Miscellaneous myths. Over the years, many outlandish claims emerged. For example, Hoffa's body was buried under Section 27 of Giant Stadium in NJ, Donald Franco's 1989, dumped in Lake Michigan. Encased in concrete at Renaissance Center Detroit, buried under a Detroit suburban driveway. The FBI checked some. They demolished a barn floor in Milford, MI in 2006 at a tip, dug up soil in Oakland Township in 2013 on Tony Zerilli's claim of a shallow graves location, and found nothing. These are speculative or outright discredited. The Giant Stadium myth, for example, was debunked when the stadium was demolished in 2010 with no remains found. The most recent investigation in 2022 at the NJ landfill, where an associate claimed Hoffa was in a metal drum, also yielded no evidence. Each of these lacked credible sourcing beyond mob hearsay, and each time, the lack of forensic support relegates them to rumor. Virtually all credible theories assign a central role to the Detroit mob in Hoffa's fate. It was their turf, their trap. Tony Giacalone is viewed as the one who orchestrated luring Hoffa to the Red Fox. Only Tony's word could get Hoffa to show up with such trust. Billy Giacalone is widely believed to have been one of the executioners, or at least present when Hoffa was killed. Detroit associate Roland McMaster likely disposed of the body. Provenzano's crew from New Jersey certainly had a hand, Briguglio and Andretta, but they would have needed local support, which the Giacalones provided. As FBI Detroit head Anthony Adamczyk said in 1985, the hit on Hoffa could not have gone down without at least the tacit approval of Detroit in the Hoffa Wars book. In fact, many suspect the order came from a Mafia commission vote that included Detroit's boss Zerilli or consigliere Preziola concurring. After Hoffa vanished, none of the mob beneficiaries fought each other, indicating they achieved their goal. Fitzsimmons continued as IBT president, pension loans flowed, though by late 70s under more scrutiny. The Detroit mob and others closed ranks. For a while, Hoffa loyalists like his son James P. Hoffa quietly accused Fitz of complicity, but no proof emerged. On the mob side, one minor internal feud did occur. Sal Briguglio, Tony Pro's henchman who likely was in on the hit, was himself murdered gangland style in 1978, presumably to silence him before grand jury testimony. Some have whispered Detroit's hit team took him out to clean up. Detroit's Tony Giacalone and New Jersey's Tony Pro both ended up in prison in the years after on unrelated charges. Still, notably no harm came to the Giacalones from their bosses, indicating Detroit Zerilli and Tocco sanctioned their actions fully. The Hoffa saga underscored the axiom, the mob will not hesitate to kill even a friend when business demands it. Hoffa's overestimation of his influence and underestimation of the Mafia's resolve led to his demise. For the Detroit partnership, it was a brutal but rational act to protect their golden goose, the Teamsters' influence. In the short term it worked, but the notoriety of Hoffa's disappearance galvanized the FBI. It ushered in a new era of intense mob prosecutions. The Hoffex investigation is one of the largest FBI files ever, at 16,000 pages. Ultimately, while the Detroit mob won by removing Hoffa, that victory likely hastened their own downfall by the 1990s. During the 1950s-1970s, the Detroit Mafia was a significant, though often understated, player in the international and national narcotics trade, particularly heroin. In the late 1940s and early 1950s, Detroit emerged as an important heroin transshipment hub connecting European suppliers to American markets. This was largely due to Detroit's unique assets, its close ties to Sicilian mafia clans, and its strategic border location. Sicilian mobsters, many from Partenico, had settled in Detroit, including Preziola, Melli, and Coppola, and maintained familial links back home. At the same time, Marseille's Corsican syndicates ramped up heroin production through the infamous French Connection. Rather than route all products to New York, these networks also funneled some through Canada to Detroit, a slightly less watched corridor. Detroit's Mafia leveraged Windsor, Ontario, as a relatively quiet entry point. For example, smuggling heroin concealed in car tires or canned goods over the Ambassador Bridge. From Detroit, the heroin could be distributed or forwarded. The Detroit mob, per DEA historians, acted as a wholesaler's wholesaler, forwarding large quantities to partner families in New York, Cleveland, and Chicago. By the 1960s, the infamous French Connection pipeline, Turkey to Marseille to New York, dominated US heroin, but Detroit's earlier Sicilian pipeline was a precursor. It was hampered in 1952 when the FBN busted the operation of Lucky Luciano and Corsican Antoine D'Agostino. That network's heroin went first to Detroit and was then distributed throughout the US, going to Priziola and Quasarano in Detroit. After that April 1952 raid, which seized 17 kilograms heroin in NYC and led to more than 20 arrests, the locus shifted. Montreal's Catroni brothers, with Corsican chemists, took on more supply to the Midwest. Detroit, being relatively close to Montreal, still got product. In fact, 1950s to 60s arrest patterns show several Detroit traffickers, often low-level couriers like Giuseppe Bertucci and Nick Zerilli, a cousin of the boss, caught with French Connection heroin in Michigan. Detroit did not operate in isolation, it collaborated. The Partenico Connection was a consortium. The Lucchese family in New York, by John Ormento and Frankie Livorsi, partnered to distribute what Detroit imported. The Buffalo family, Magadino, also had Windsor connections and likely cooperated, or at least didn't interfere. In the early 60s, as US agencies cracked down, a division of labor emerged. Midwest families, like those in Detroit, focused on financing and import logistics, while NYC families handled street distribution. This meant Detroit's involvement was a bit more behind the scenes, hence fewer Detroit arrests compared to, say, New York's notorious busts. John Ormento, also known as Big John, was a Lucchese family capo in NYC and the son-in-law of Angelo Melli. He was a notorious mid-century heroin trafficker who partnered with Detroit in the pipeline. Big John Ormento was a primary NYC distributor of Partenico imported heroin. He was convicted in 1959 in a federal narcotics case and died in prison in 1970. Frank Livorsi was Melli's other son-in-law. He was described in the Congressional Record as a major East Coast drug dealer. Livorsi acted as a liaison between Detroit's Sicilian suppliers and NYC buyers, along with Ormento. Indicted multiple times between the 1950s and 60s, but often escaped conviction. Salvatore Sam Catalanot, brother of Pete Catalanot, was a pharmacist who was suspected of aiding in refining and cutting heroin for the mob in the 1950s. Initially, Sicily was the primary origin. Morphine base from the Middle East or Asia was shipped to Sicily, refined in clandestine labs in the Castellammare del Golfo area, then moved through Italian ports in Naples and Palermo to North America. After 1952's crackdown, Marseille Labs took the lead, and the Corsican Unioni Corse network supplied heroin to both New York and, via Montreal, to Detroit. By the late 60s, some Turkey to Montreal routes bypassed Marseille, for example, the Latin connection with Cuban smugglers flying via Montreal. Detroit likely sampled all these, given Windsor's proximity to Montreal. The main entry was through Canada. Montreal and Toronto received European heroin, then couriers or parcels went from Windsor to Detroit. A specific method was that heroin was sealed in spare auto parts. A 1950 customs seizure found a crankshaft stuffed with 5 kilograms of heroin, addressed to a Detroit auto worker, controlled by Coppola's people. Another method was mail shipments to third-party addresses in Detroit. The drop address often belonged to unwitting relatives of mobsters. It was a tactic gleaned from the 1962 arrest of Maria Carmela Saya, Frank Coppola's sister, who unknowingly received heroin packages, charges dropped due to lack of evidence that she knew the contents. When crossing in person, couriers often hid heroin in false bottom suitcases or even on their person. Valachi testified about one Detroit trafficker who swallowed balloons of heroin for border crossing, grim but sometimes done. Once in Detroit, larger loads were broken down and sent onward. Detroit acted as a wholesale transshipment hub for Chicago, though the outfit had a direct New York City pipeline to Cleveland and Pittsburgh, often got some from Detroit via Licoboli family ties, and St. Louis and Kansas City, Giordano and Savella, sometimes sourced from Detroit if NYC supply was tight. A famous heroin ring in 1970 called the Midwest Connection involved Detroit's Vincent Melli supplying Milwaukee dealers, showing Detroit's tentacles. Locally, Detroit Combination distributed wholesale to some black pushers in Paradise Valley and Black Bottom neighborhoods. They kept their distance. A 1970s Detroit dealer, Henry Marzette, a former cop-turned-drug lord, was rumored to have been supplied by Giacalone's intermediaries. There's anecdotal evidence that the Giacalones taxed Marzette's operation and, in exchange, ensured no interference. The Detroit Vice Squad officer, Ted Gill, claimed Marzette kicked up $50,000 a month to the Italians for protection. Detroit's mob worked with various ethnic criminals for narcotics. Jewish gangsters, holdovers of the Purple Gang, helped in the 40s and 50s. One Purple Gang affiliate, Harry Keywell, allegedly financed some heroin deals with Prisiola. In later years, Chaldean Iraqi gangs in Detroit took over retail heroin and were loosely affiliated. Chaldeans ran many party stores and could quietly peddle pills and dope, and the partnership let them operate for a cut. By the late 1970s, as noted, African-American syndicates like YBI were dominant in street heroin. The Detroit Mafia's role shrank mainly to financing and wholesaling to independent groups, if even that. FBI Detroit in 1980 explicitly noted, "The Giacalone crew appears content to let black dealers handle narcotics, focusing the mob on gambling and loan sharking." This suggests that by '77, after numerous scares, Detroit's mob deliberately scaled back direct heroin involvement, a prudent move given the pressure post-French connection. The profit in heroin increases at each distribution layer. Detroit's mob mostly operated in the wholesale sector. For example, in the 1950s, 1 kilogram of pure heroin might cost around $2,000 to $3,000 from Sicilian sources. By the time it reached Detroit after bribes and transport, its value was maybe between $6,000 and $8,000. Detroit wholesalers then cut it, diluting purity, and sold to mid-level distributors at, say, $20,000 to $30,000 per kilogram. Those mid-level actors, often other families or big local dealers, would break it into ounces for $2,000 each, so around $70,000 per kilogram. And street dealers ultimately sold it at perhaps $150 per gram, so $150,000 per kilogram at street level. These are ballpark figures for the 1960s. Prices rose by the 70s as supply tightened. For example, after Turkey banned opium in 1972, the wholesale price in the United States reportedly jumped to $50,000+ per kilogram. The mob's profit was mostly in that jump from import cost to mid-level sale. Taking 1960 as an example, import at $5,000 versus sale at $25,000 yields approximately $20,000 profit per kilogram. A 10-kilogram shipment could net $200,000 to split among the participants, worth about $1.8 million today, and was substantial, but the Detroit numbers racket grossed far more annually with lower risk. Heroin dealing carried high risks and severe federal penalties. Even before RICO, drug laws were tough. For example, the 1956 Narcotic Control Act allowed the death penalty for kingpins, though it was rarely applied. The Detroit mob recognized this. So while the money was tempting, they limited direct handling. By using buffers, like independent traffickers or other families, they enjoyed some profit with less exposure. For instance, when the huge 1962 French Connection bust happened in New York, the Seine River seizure of 112 kilograms of heroin sent shockwaves. Detroit's mafiosi apparently paused big imports for a couple of years after, focusing on gambling, which had near zero jail risk by comparison. Local illegal lottery bosses seldom got more than a year if caught, whereas a heroin conviction could mean 10 to 20 years. So, relative to gambling and casinos, heroin was lucrative but supplemental. Detroit's narcotics racket was mid-tier but stable. However, they made more money through the gambling business. Indeed, in any given year, gambling and loan sharking likely produced double or triple the revenue of narcotics for Detroit. Also, drugs invited violence and turf wars that the Detroit mob largely avoided. Detroit had no French Connection murders saga on its streets, they kept it quiet. By the mid-70s, law enforcement believed Detroit's annual heroin revenue was maybe a few million. In contrast, the combination's Las Vegas skim could hit similar numbers, and local gambling and loan sharking definitely into the many millions. So some in the mob likely saw drugs as not worth the heat. Notably, in the 1967 commission, per informant Joe Valachi, an edict was even passed discouraging drug dealing. Although many families violated that, Detroit apparently took it somewhat seriously, at least at the leadership level. The marriage edict and stability of Detroit meant they weren't desperate for drug money, they had the Teamsters and casinos. As highlighted, Detroit's heroin ventures were entwined with other mafia families. Through Big John Ormento and Frank Lavorsi, Detroit had a direct pipeline to New York's drug distribution. When Ormento got busted in 1959 in a federal narcotics conspiracy case, where he got 40 years, it was a blow to that pipeline. It's said that Angelo Milli cried at Ormento's sentencing, as he was family by marriage. This anecdote from Robert F. Kennedy's files illustrates how personal these ties were. The Luchases later got heavily into the 1980s pizza connection too, but by then Detroit's own role was minimal. Stefano Magaddino, the Buffalo boss, controlled the critical entry at Niagara Falls, Buffalo. He also had strong ties to Ontario's Calabrian mob, Papalia. Magaddino's men and Detroit's Partinico crew occasionally cooperated or at least coordinated pricing so as not to undercut each other. Per Royal Canadian Mounted Police wiretap 1964, Magaddino to Volpera Ferencing, our friends in Detroit want 90%, cryptic but likely about purity or prices. Buffalo and Detroit remained on good terms due to intermarriage. Magaddino was related to Detroit Zerilli, and the old Jack Tocco's wife was Magaddino's niece, which cemented a trust. This allowed an easy alliance in narcotics if needed. Joe Bonanno, the boss of New York's Bonanno family, had ties to Detroit's drug network in the mid-1960s via Montreal's Cotroni family. Bonanno allegedly met Zerilli and Prisiola reps in Montreal to coordinate narcotics during the French Connection era. His 1964 exile in Montreal overlaps with Detroit interests. The Bonanno family was a major player in the heroin business. Montreal's Sicilian Corsica network supplied much of the Midwest by the late 60s. Vincenzo Cotroni and, later, Paolo Violi of the Calabrian Siderno group dealt with various U.S. families. Detroit likely got heroin via these Montrealers, particularly after 1970, when the French Connection came under siege in New York. In a 1974 RCMP bust, Operation Borgia, one of the telephone intercepts had Paolo Violi mentioning, "The trucks are going to Uncle in Detroit next week," interpreted as a heroin shipment hidden in a truck consignment going to a Detroit partner. When Violi was killed in 1978, it somewhat mirrored Detroit's internal peace versus Montreal's mob war. Interestingly, Detroit had no such internal drug war casualties, showing their smoother management. Detroit's mob was, in some respects, virtually an overseas arm of the Sicilians. Boss Joseph Zerilli and consigliere Prisiola originated from Partinico, Sicily, a town notorious for Mafia activity. Partinico was home to Mafia boss Frank Coppola post-deportation, and later to Gaetano Badalamenti after the Inzerillo Bontade shakeup. Partinico's Mafia, the Coppola-Badalamenti clan, provided trustworthy suppliers for Detroit. This was a competitive advantage. The New York families also had Sicilian cousins, but Detroit's tight-knit Sicilian marriages meant loyalty. For example, Salvatore Vitale, a Partinico mafioso and relative of Prisiola, ran heroin labs and shipped heroin to Detroit in the early 1950s. When a dispute arose, Prisiola didn't hesitate to eliminate him, demonstrating how the transatlantic link was policed with blood if needed. In the 1970s, Sicilian boss Badalamenti reportedly had contacts in Detroit, given his Partinico origin, likely the old Prisiola crew. After Badalamenti was expelled from Sicily in 1978, he traveled in the US and is rumored to have met Detroit mobsters in 1979 in New Jersey to discuss heroin pipelines. But it would make sense that as Pizza Connection geared up, the Sicilians at least consulted Detroit, if not directly using them, out of respect and potential collaboration. Detroit, however, did not feature in the Pizza Connection indictments of 1984, suggesting they had stepped back or had been cut out by then. Law enforcement did note patterns. After the April 1952 crackdown on the Luciano network, heroin seizures in Detroit dropped sharply, suggesting their main pipeline was disrupted, only to rise again in the late 50s as Corsican sources replaced it. This correlates with nationwide trends. Another piece is the President's Commission on Organized Crime in 1986, retrospectively noting that the Detroit family historically served as an intermediary for narcotics between foreign sources and La Cosa Nostra families in the US, essentially confirming Detroit's cooperative role. Detroit's involvement in narcotics was characterized by synergy with larger networks and caution. They played a key part in the earlier decades of the American heroin trade through unique connections and cooperation, and then prudently receded as risks soared. Unlike some other families that suffered from informants flipping over drug busts, Detroit's code held, perhaps precisely because they limited who was involved. In the Mafia's own cost-benefit analysis, the Detroit partnership treated heroin like a high-stakes side business, exploited when advantageous, abandoned when too hot. Beyond casinos, teamsters, and narcotics, the Detroit Mafia ran a variety of local rackets that were its bread and butter. Many of these were long-standing signature operations dating back to Prohibition. Illegal sports betting was a Detroit mob staple. By the 1960s, the partnership managed an extensive network of wire rooms, secret locations with multiple telephones where bets were relayed and odds distributed. A hallmark was the use of the National Wire Service, handicap wire, run out of Las Vegas and New York. Detroit Combination paid for access so their bookmakers had up-to-the-minute game lines. One famous operation was raided in July 1970. The FBI's multi-city swoop, Operation Trackdown, targeted a Detroit-centered bookmaking ring that handled horse race bets across 7 states. In Detroit alone, 58 gambling locations were raided simultaneously, and dozens of phones, tens of thousands in cash and betting slips were seized. Agents described the nerve center, an old apartment building in Greektown, rigged with direct telephone circuits to lay off bets to Cleveland and Chicago mob bookies, effectively a mini Las Vegas on telephones. The state AG called it the largest betting bank uncovered in Michigan history. 66 people were arrested, including Tony Giacaloni's brother Vito, who was found flushing betting slips down a toilet. Though many got off lightly, gambling was a low felony. This raid illustrated the sheer scale. Authorities estimated this single Detroit wire room managed an annual betting handle of around $10 million. The mob's cut came via vigorish 5 to 10% of bets. Detroit held tight control over numbers betting too, often using the same wire infrastructure for layoff bets, such as partnering with Chicago to balance action. It was said not a horse ran at Detroit Racecourse without the partnership booking bets on it. Indeed, the Zerilli family had part ownership of Hazel Park Raceway. While that was legit, they also ensured illegal bookmakers thrived by feeding them info. A signature tactic was bribing local officials and police to look the other way. In 1967, the Wayne County Sheriff was indicted for taking mob payoffs to tip them off about upcoming bookie raids. He was convicted, showing the mob's reach into law enforcement. Detroit's policy racket predated the mob's involvement, but by the 50s, the partnership either controlled or franchised the major policy wheels. For the Faygo soda policy racket, mobsters would use winning numbers based on closing stock prices, or sometimes a creative local source, like the serial number on a Faygo soda cap to draw bettors. By controlling the betting syndicate, the mob ensured a built-in edge. In the 1950s, top policy bankers were African-American gangsters like Ted Williams and Henry Marzette, but they operated under mob license, paying a percentage. Angelo Melli was reputed to be the ultimate boss of Detroit's numbers by the 60s, taking in reports from sub-bosses and ensuring disputes were arbitrated. When the Michigan lottery began in 1972, as one of the first states to legalize a lottery, it dented the illegal policy play but did not kill it. FBI reports in 1975 indicated that illegal numbers still drew around $100,000 daily in Detroit, because illegal games offered credit betting and better odds. The mob innovated to compete. For example, they introduced a New York daily number game locally, betting on the New York lottery result but paying out in Detroit with higher rates, which was a clever cross-state scheme. A signature incident was the 1968 attempted takeover of Kassoff's policy wheel. Philip "Crazy Philly" Kassoff, an independent Jewish policy operator in Detroit's 12th Street, tried to expand without mob approval. Anthony Giacalone reportedly fined him $10,000 for this affront. Kassoff balked, so he was found shot dead a month later. This unsolved murder was whispered to be Tony Jack sending a message. However, no charges were ever brought. After that, a few independents challenged the mob's monopoly on numbers. The Detroit mob exercised a quieter but constant presence in certain business sectors via extortionate protection. In the 1950s, Detroit's open-air Eastern Market produce district was a mob stronghold. Produce vendors paid the mob for stalls and security. Giuseppe Joe Uno Zerilli himself started as a produce vendor, so by the 60s, his men still collected small weekly fees from market sellers. This racket lasted until at least the 1990s. Union button shakedowns were mob-linked union agents who would extort nightclub and bar owners to hire unnecessary union staff or buy union cards for employees, funneling money to mob coffers. For example, in 1973, the FBI caught Vito Giacalone extorting a strip club to pay for door security, who were actually mob guys doing nothing. The owner paid rather than face trouble. The case was dropped when the owner refused to testify. Detroit also had periodic street tax extortions, compelling independent racketeers to pay a tax or partner with the mob. A known instance in 1975 was that Giacalone demanded White Boy Riggs, Richard Werscher's drug mentor, pay $5,000 a month or face violence. This was revealed decades later when Werscher became an informant in the 1980s. The Detroit mob's loan sharking, or juice racket, was notorious for its steep interest and enforcement. Typically, 5-for-6 loans were common. You borrow $5 and pay back $6 at week's end, which is effectively around 20% weekly interest if not paid timely. Billy Giacalone oversaw much of the Shylock money, working with lieutenants like Freddie Salem in Dearborn. By 1968, Michigan AG investigators estimated that Tony and Billy Giacalone ran up over $1 million in loan capital on the street, financing dozens of local gamblers, bar owners, and even teamsters who needed quick cash. The 1968 AG loan sharking case brought to light one operation. Detroit Police Sergeant Vincent Kassoff, brother of the earlier policy operator, tried to start his own Shylock business and undercut the mob's interest rates, so the Giacalones reportedly persuaded him to desist by threatening him. Eventually, after he persisted, he was found beaten badly. In court, terrified victims described being charged 52% interest and beaten if late. As a result, Tony Giacalone and others were indicted under Michigan's new anti-loan sharking statute. But mob witness intimidation worked. Many witnesses recanted or forgot, leading to light sentences. Loan sharking remained a signature revenue stream. It was low profile since victims rarely reported, to avoid both legal and illegal repercussions, and symbiotic with gambling, as losing bettors became usurious loan clients. Detroit mobsters often reinvested casino skim or teamster kickbacks into the Shylock pool, achieving double profits. Another local scheme was installing mob-friendly people in Detroit unions besides the teamsters. For example, Luna Local 334 in the 1970s was essentially run by Caporegime Peter Vitale, who used it to extort local construction firms, requiring them to use certain vendors or kick back portions of contracts. A 1975 Dole investigation found that $40,000 from Local 334 strike fund had vanished, and Vitale suspected. The scheme here was not only theft but also the forced assignment of jobs to mob-linked labor contractors. Similarly, security guard unions and bartender unions in Detroit had known mob influence, beneficial for controlling access to nightclubs and casinos. FBI files from 1979 mention Jack Giacalone, was deeply involved in a local security guard that served many downtown venues, effectively controlling who got those jobs and extracting payoffs. Detroit's Mafia also historically ran blind pigs, illegal after-hours bars. The most infamous blind pig sparked the 1967 riot when a police raid caused patrons to resist. Many of these blind pigs had mob-supplied liquor and paid mob street taxes. While not a high-profit racket, it kept the mob ingrained in the urban neighborhood economy. Italian lottery, La Sorte, also operated among Detroit's Italian community, run by mob-connected social clubs. A niche but culturally significant scheme where players bet on Italian state lottery numbers via Detroit bookies, hearkening to immigrants wanting a piece of the old country lottery. One hallmark of the Detroit partnership was its relative internal harmony. Unlike many other mob families, Detroit experienced few internal wars or informant betrayals from 1950 to 1977. This stability was by design with enforced kinship ties and by effective handling of disputes behind closed doors. However, there were still notable violent incidents and disciplinary actions. The clearest example of internal discipline was the suspected murder of Salvatore Vitale in the early 1950s. Vitale, a Sicilian partner in the heroin pipeline, defied Papa John Prizziola over a payment dispute, demanding $80,000 he felt owed. Prizziola initially tried to settle via the ruling council, and Vitale was even paid a token $20,000. When Vitale persisted in complaining, he disappeared on a trip back to Detroit and was never seen again. Underworld rumors pinned the hit on Prizziola's orders. It was a message that even relatives, Vitale was distantly related to the boss, were not exempt from Mafia rules. This incident was effectively an honor killing within the mob, eliminating someone who threatened unity or profits. It is notable because it's one of the very few known internal murders in Detroit in that era, supporting the notion that extreme measures were rarely needed, but when required, taken decisively. Discipline in Detroit often meant demotion or banishment rather than murder. For instance, Anthony Tony the Exterminator, Chiala, a soldier in the 60s involved in gambling, reportedly stole from the house, skimming the skim. Instead of killing him, Boss Zerilli allegedly ordered him to leave Michigan permanently or else. Chiala relocated to California quietly. Such banishments kept blood off the streets and reputations intact. Another case was in the mid-1960s. Capo William Billy Tocco Jr., Black Bill's son, had a drinking problem that risked drawing attention. The family resolved it by sending him to run a crew in Toledo, effectively a lateral demotion that served as discipline by isolation. Detroit generally maintained amicable relations with other Cosa Nostra families, partly due to Zerilli's genial diplomacy. One near feud came in the early 1970s. Chicago's outfit reportedly felt Detroit was encroaching by backing a casino project in Las Vegas, the Frontier, without sufficiently cutting them in. In a 1971 commission meeting, Chicago's boss, Accardo, confronted Zerilli. Zerilli apologized and offered a share of future deals, diffusing tension. It shows Detroit's style: accommodate rather than fight. Similarly, Cleveland and Pittsburgh neighbors had occasional jockeying over territory. For example, a Cleveland gangster, Frank Brancato, tried to open a Shylock operation in Detroit in 1962. Giacalone politely but firmly instructed him to stick to Cleveland, which he did. So any budding feuds were nipped in the bud through negotiation. In the public eye, Detroit's mob kept a lower homicide profile compared to, say, New York or Chicago. Nonetheless, there were some notorious murders often tied to external conflicts. Labor organizer Jimmy Lafach was a Teamster sub-boss who threatened to expose mob influence in a Detroit local. In 1963, he was shot in his driveway. Though unsolved, whispers pointed to Billy Giacalone's crew doing the hit to protect their IBT rackets. Actually involved Detroit indirectly, Toledo capo Jimmy Loomis, Jimmy the Greek, was blown up in 1974 after skimming from joint Detroit. Toledo rackets. While under Cleveland's umbrella, Detroit had interest. The FBI thought Detroit's Pete Corrado might have sanctioned Cleveland's move to kill Loomis to keep peace in a messy Toledo turf battle. Already detailed earlier, Hoffa hit stands as the Detroit Combination's most infamous enforcement action. Essentially, an internal execution from the Mafia perspective, as Hoffa was considered an affiliate who broke rules. It showcased the ultimate discipline, elimination of someone perceived as an existential threat. The smooth cover-up and decades-long silence of those involved is sometimes referred to admiringly in mob circles as Detroit's code at its strongest. Detroit's underworld included other ethnic gangs, notably the Black Errol Flynns and later YBI in the drug trade, and outlaw biker gangs in meth and porn. The mob largely coexisted by domain separation. For example, bikers dealt meth in suburbs, not challenging the mob's call gambling. Black gangs ran street corners paying some tribute. On rare occasions, if a non-mob outfit overstepped, the mob responded. For example, in 1974, a black gambling operator attempted to open a competing policy shop in an Italian neighborhood. An explosive device destroyed the venue, Italian Hall, at night, widely assumed to be a mob warning. No one charged, and the competitor withdrew. In 1976, rumors circulated that a biker gang tried to extort a mob-connected business, Tocco's Melrose Linen. The warehouse mysteriously called fire one night. The fire marshal suspected arson. Within a week, 2 known biker clubhouses also burned down. The message was, "Don't mess with our biz." After that, bikers avoided mob-tied companies. Part 5, Rico Era, Jack Tocco and Survival Mode. The late 1970s marked a turning point for the Detroit Combination. Longtime boss Joseph Cirilli died in 1977, ending an era of uncontested dominance. His nephew Giacomo "Jack" Tocco assumed leadership by 1979, inheriting a decimated organization facing prison terms for key members. Tocco's tenure, lasting over 3 decades, spanned the new RICO era of aggressive federal prosecutions and ultimately earned him notoriety as perhaps the longest-serving American Mafia don. In 1996, a sweeping RICO indictment, the Operation Gamma Tax, charged Tocco and his entire administration with racketeering conspiracies on gambling, loan sharking, and extortion. The mid-1990s Detroit Mafia trial became a centerpiece. Tocco and top lieutenants were convicted by 1998, though many received relatively light sentences. This crackdown, while disruptive, fell short of dismantling the partnership. Detroit's family quietly regrouped and persisted into the 21st century, forgotten but not gone. Today, the Detroit mob is assessed as small but active. With perhaps a few dozen aging maid, members engage primarily in bookmaking, sports gambling, and fraud schemes, as well as residual loan sharking and extortion. Any historical stranglehold over labor unions or Las Vegas casinos has largely atrophied under RICO pressure. Yet unlike many US mafia groups, Detroit's decline was gradual and low-key, aided by strong internal loyalty and a policy of marrying within mob families. On the 30th of October in 1977, boss Joseph Cirilli died at 79 after over 40 years at the helm. Underboss Anthony "Tony Z" Cirilli had been heir apparent, but his 1974 conviction, Las Vegas casino skim, left a void. Jacked Black Jack, Tocco was elevated to boss with tacit national approval. A rare full-family induction meeting on June 11, 1979 in Dexter, MI, formally installed Jack as boss. Tocco's close ally, Vito Billy Jack Giacalone, assumed greater influence over street operations. The potential Jack Tocco-Tony Cirilli rivalry was diffused. Tony Cirilli initially expected to succeed his father Joe Cirilli, but his Vegas conviction removed him from contention. When Tony returned from prison in 1979, some feared he might challenge Jack. But they reached an amicable arrangement. Jack took top spot. Tony accepted a hefty share of rackets and the official underboss title. This power sharing lasted until the RICO case. Tony Cirilli's later bitterness after prison led him to imply in interviews that Jack didn't financially support him enough. It never manifested in violence or factionalism, likely because by then Tony lacked crew strength. After Joseph Cirilli's death, Jack Tocco ruled from 1979 to 2014 with a consensus-style leadership, as before Zerilli's death, through a ruling council. He kept longtime peers, underboss Tony Zerilli and street boss Tony Giacalone, involved in major decisions. This council dynamic meant no internal coups or wars. Decisions on rackets, new members, and disputes were made quietly at the top and communicated down. After the 1996 RICO bust decapitated many leaders, the family operated via a smaller circle. By the 2000s, Jackie Giacalone, street boss turned boss, ran a lean administration. He reportedly preferred one-on-one meetings, reducing risk. Consigliere roles often stayed within the Tocco Zerilli extended family to ensure loyalty. Notably, Detroit's LCN kept itself separate from the National Mafia Commission in later years. Historically, Zerilli had a commission seat, but by the 1980s, Detroit was more insular, coordinating informally with Chicago or New York only when necessary. For example, while seeking okay for a new boss in 1979. Jack Giacalone, Jackie the Kid, was born in 1950. He is the son of Vito Giacalone. Jackie the Kid was groomed by the mob from a young age. He had minor convictions in the 1980s and a major indictment in 2006, both of which he was acquitted of. Jack Giacalone was known for his frugal lifestyle and claimed indigence to the IRS while winning a $29 million injury lawsuit in 2021. He resides in upscale West Bloomfield. Jackie the Kid has been the alleged boss since 2014. The Detroit mob's home turf remained the Detroit metropolitan area, especially the city's east side and the affluent suburbs of Macomb and Oakland counties, where many mob families lived, such as in Grosse Pointe and Sterling Heights. They exerted influence in traditional Italian enclaves, eastside Detroit, and downriver, as well as in suburban corridors where bookmaking and club extortion occurred, such as the Oakland County restaurant scene. The Canadian border had been historically significant, with liquor in Prohibition and gambling in Windsor, but in the modern era, the cross-border activity waned. By the 2000s, any cross-border ventures were discreet, possibly partnering with Ontario-based Italian groups for money laundering or using Windsor as a meeting spot. Still, there was no firm evidence of big joint rackets. Detroit did maintain some ties with the nearby Toledo, Ohio underworld, treating Toledo as within its sphere of influence. This was exemplified by Detroit mobsters orchestrating the Toledo campus point-shaving scheme in the 2000s. Nationally, Detroit's mob often acted in alliance with Chicago's outfit when needed, but as both families declined, such alliances mainly became historical footnotes. The flagship racket, enduring through all eras. From neighborhood numbers and horse bets to major sports wagering, the mob held on to this profitable, relatively low visibility income. In the 80s and 90s, protected bookmakers handled betting on pro and college sports, paying tribute to capos for protection. By the 2000s, the operation evolved. Many bets were laid via offshore sports books, with local agents who extended credit. Even after Michigan legalized sports betting in 2020, the mob's credit betting niche remained. Illegal bookies let gamblers bet now, pay later, something legal books can't do, ensuring the mob's competitive edge. The 2006 indictment showed bookmaking on a significant scale, with millions in turnover. Bookmaking provided steady cash and fueled related crimes, like debt collection and loan sharking. Hand in glove with gambling, loan sharking was a Detroit mob staple. Gamblers who fell behind or businessmen short on cash borrowed from mob loans at a juicy 4 to 5% weekly interest rate. Enforcement of these debts brought occasional violence or threats. While never as large-scale as gambling, loan sharking provided the mob with leverage over individuals, sometimes leading to extortionate control of businesses. Even into the 2010s, loan sharking cases continued to pop up. For example, in 2011, the Deanna brothers were charging 1 to 2% per week on loans and beating a non-paying bar owner. Detroit mob loan sharks often demanded collateral, such as vehicles or real estate deeds, which they would seize upon default. The Detroit Partnership long imposed a street tax on independent racketeers in their territory, essentially extorting a cut of profits in exchange for permission to operate. This applied to unlicensed bookmakers, after-hours clubs, strip clubs, and some union scams. The 1996 RICO indictment explicitly listed extortion of local bookies and a businessman, Sal Vitello, for $1 million. In practice, by the 2000s, the street tax was less formal, but known gambling operators or shady businesses would still occasionally get visits from mob representatives demanding a portion of the proceeds. The Diana case in 2011 is a classic example of extortion that continues in modern times. Another area of extortion was labor and construction. Historically, the Detroit mob taxed certain union contracts and subcontractors. By the post-1978 period, overt union extortion waned due to intense FBI scrutiny after the 1970s Teamsters investigations. However, lingering union influence remained. For example, it was whispered that, well into the 2000s, the mob had contacts in the Operating Engineers Union local who could steer contracts or secure labor peace for a price. However, no recent indictments have proven this. Essentially, extortion became more opportunistic and quiet, targeting those unlikely to report, such as illegal business operators. In earlier decades, Detroit La Cosa Nostra had deep ties to the Teamsters and laborers' unions. Post-1978, much of that union clout receded. Hoffa's disappearance in 1975 and subsequent federal scrutiny neutered a lot of mob Teamster influence. By the 1980s-90s, while a few mob-linked union officials still existed, they operated cautiously. One example, a Detroit mob-connected union boss in a garbage haulers union was indicted for bribery in the 90s, though the mob aspect was downplayed. The combination pivoted to more legitimate business fronts. Members invested in trucking firms, vending machine companies and construction, sometimes to launder money or win inflated contracts. Jack Tocco himself was known for vast legitimate enterprises, such as real estate developments, for example, the upscale Royal View Estates project that netted millions. These businesses could also facilitate racketeering. For example, using a construction company to dominate a market through bid rigging, though specific cases in this era weren't public. By the 2000s, Detroit's mob was far less a factor in union affairs than New York or Chicago mobs. An FBI report in 2004 noted Detroit LCN had minimal current labor racketeering activity, likely a result of RICO's deterrence and the aging of their union contacts. Facing dwindling traditional rackets, some Detroit mob associates turned to white-collar schemes to earn. The partnership, as an organization, sanctioned a few major frauds. For example, the Allen Hilf insurance frauds of the early 2000s or attempts to infiltrate Indian casino revenue in the 1990s. The Ponzi scheme by Gino Accettola in the mid-2010s is illustrative. While not an official mob operation, he cultivated mob-connected investors and likely paid tribute to certain mob figures. Detroit LCN members also engaged in financial crimes for personal gain, credit card bust-outs, real estate mortgage fraud. Money laundering was another element. With cash from gambling, they often washed funds through legit businesses, such as bars, pizzerias, and car dealerships. For instance, some of the $5.4 million the feds alleged in 1996 as mob proceeds included profit from a Las Vegas hotel sale that mobsters tried to launder into legitimate ventures. In summary, white-collar crimes became more common as overt violent rackets receded, but these were usually smaller scale and handled by associates with expertise. Historically, Detroit's Sicilian Mafia faction was involved in major heroin trafficking in mid-century, the Pizza Connection era, but the Zerilli Tocco leadership discouraged drug dealing by members. Post-1978, the official mob stance was to avoid direct narcotics rackets to minimize heat. Instead, Detroit LCN allowed African American and Latino gangs, and later the Black Mafia family, BMF, to dominate the drug trade in the city without interference. However, individual mob members and associates did dabble. FBI files show a few fringe associates were caught in cocaine deals in the 1980s and 1990s, but the family did not sanction these. One tangential connection in the 2000s, some Detroit mob bookmakers accepted bets from big drug dealers, like BMF members, indirectly linking the mob to drug money via gambling. But importantly, no major narcotics conspiracy cases have ever linked the Detroit Partnership as an organization. By keeping out of drugs, the Detroit family avoided the severe sentences that decimated New York families under RICO drug charges. This section details the notable criminal operations and law enforcement cases involving the Detroit partnership from the late 1970s onward. Each case is presented with its modus operandi, key players, evidence, outcomes, and impact on the organization. The most significant was the comprehensive 1996 RICO case that targeted the family's leadership, a rarity for Detroit. But several other operations highlight the mob's adaptability, from casino skims to modern cyber betting. Operation Gammitax was a sweeping FBI investigation culminating in a 1996 indictment charging that the Detroit Mafia itself was a criminal enterprise under RICO. The scope was broad. It alleged a 30-year conspiracy circa between 1979 and 1996, involving illegal gambling, sports betting and numbers, extortionate credit, loan sharking, extortion of independent racketeers, street tax, hidden ownership of Las Vegas casinos, and related crimes. Essentially, it put the entire partnership on trial as an entity, the first time Detroit's mob faced such comprehensive charges. The name Gammitax reflected the focus on gambling as game and extortion payments as tax, which were the lifeblood of the family. The March 1996 indictment named 17 defendants, including virtually all the Detroit mob's hierarchy. Jack Black Jack Tocco was identified as the boss of the Detroit LCN family since 1979 and was alleged to be the overall leader of the enterprise. Anthony Tony Z. Zerilli was identified as the underboss and charged, but separated pre-trial due to health. Anthony Tony Jack Giacalone was identified as a longtime street boss and charged, but the trial was severed due to his ill health. Vito Billy Jack Giacalone was identified as a capo and acting street boss. He pleaded guilty mid-case to a single RICO conspiracy count. Anthony Tony the Bull Corrado was identified as a capo and accused of orchestrating extortion rackets and casino skimming. He went to trial. Nove Tocco, Jack's younger cousin, was identified as a capo and involved in extorting bookmakers. He went to trial. Paul Corrado, Tony Bull's son, was identified as a soldier and involved in gambling collections. He went to trial. Dominic Fats Corrado, Jerome Jerry, Coffee, Charles Giacchiaro, and more, a mix of made men and close associates handling day-to-day rackets. Some took pleas on lesser charges. In effect, the indictment swept up virtually the entire ruling structure and several key crew leaders, aiming to prove they functioned as a unified criminal enterprise. The prosecution marshaled a then 20-year accumulation of evidence. Title III: Wiretaps and Bugs. Extensive wiretap recordings of phones used by bookmakers and mobsters in the early 1990s. For example, the FBI had bugs in a social club and Quasarano's business in the late 70s and early 80s, though that intel was more historical. More directly, wiretaps in 1994 to 95 captured conversations about collecting debts and delivering skim cash. Surveillance photography. The jewel was the 1979 surveillance photo of the induction meeting, which proved an organized structure and hierarchy, Jack with capos. This rare evidence demonstrated that all defendants knew each other and met to conduct mob business, refuting any claim that they were unrelated individuals. Informants and turncoats. Detroit had no made member informant, but the FBI did have lower-level informants. For instance, a mob associate who handled gambling machines provided inside info on how street tax was levied on bar owners. However, he did not testify, which guided the investigative strategy. Additionally, Sal Vitello, a local businessman extorted by the mob for $1 million over a bad debt, agreed to cooperate and testified about threats from Corrado and Tocco's men. Financial records. Agents compiled bank records, real estate deeds, and casino documents to trace illicit money flows. Notably, records from the Nevada Gaming Control Board on the Edgewater and Frontier casinos showed secret partnerships tied back to Detroit mob figures. These helped establish the hidden interest in casinos, predicate act. Historical files. Prosecutors dusted off old FBI files of the Zerilli era to show continuity. For example, They introduced certified copies of Tony Zerilli's 1974 conviction for casino skimming to bolster the pattern. The defense objected, but the court allowed it to present evidence of a history of racketeering involvement. All this evidence painted a picture of a cohesive mafia family engaged in ongoing rackets, which was essential to prove the RICO conspiracy. The trial, January to April 1998, ended with significant but not total convictions. Jack Tocco was convicted on RICO conspiracy, pattern and unlawful debt, and Hobbs Act conspiracy. He was acquitted on multiple substantive extortion counts, indicating the jury believed he conspired but perhaps didn't personally do each act. Jackie the Kid was initially sentenced to 1 year, later revised to 34 months, and served around 2 years before getting out in 2001. Anthony Tony Bull Corrado was convicted of RICO conspiracy and extortion conspiracy. He was already elderly, he served a short time and was released due to age. Nov Tocco was convicted of RICO conspiracy and sentenced to 82 months. He flipped during appeals to aid prosecutors, leading to a lighter sentence. He served for around 5 years and was released in 2005. Paul Corrado was convicted on some counts and got about 10 years. Vito Giacalone pleaded guilty pre-verdict to the collection of unlawful debt, RICO conspiracy. He was sentenced to 37 months. Vito served for around 3 years and was released in 2002. Tony Zerilli was never tried by a jury, but in 1999 pleaded to reduce charges and, in 2002, was sentenced to about 10 years. His health issues had delayed it. He served until 2008. Tony Giacalone was severed, never tried, indictment dropped after he died in 2001. Several minor defendants were acquitted or had mistrials on remaining counts. About a dozen defendants in total were convicted of something, most receiving terms between 1 and 5 years. The sentencing phase had its own drama. As covered, Jack's lenient sentence was re-evaluated. The forfeiture attempt was notably unsuccessful. The judge found the evidence too imprecise to seize the $5 million the government sought. So, unlike some East Coast RICO cases, Detroit's mob was not financially gutted by forfeiture. Operation Gammitax was the defining blow to the combination, but it was more a glancing blow than a mortal wound. It decapitated the hierarchy, but temporarily. In 1998 to 2000, Detroit's boss, underboss and top capos were all either in prison, on trial, or in legal limbo. This caused a leadership vacuum that was filled by acting boss Jackie Giacalone. However, by 2002 and 2003, most of the leadership, Jack, Zerilli and Corrados, were back on the street, albeit older and supposedly wiser about keeping a low profile. They resumed their roles to an extent, meaning the family structure did not collapse as the FBI had hoped. It validated the enterprise theory in Detroit. For the first time, a court legally recognized the Detroit La Cosa Nostra family as an ongoing enterprise. Vito Giacalone's plea in 1998 explicitly acknowledged the family's existence, a first. This made it harder for naysayers to claim the Mafia was a myth in Detroit. It led to one cooperator, Nov Tocco, modest compared to other cities where RICO produced waves of informants, but still a crack in the wall of silence. His cooperation in 2000, though it did not lead to new charges, did provide the FBI with insights and likely inform subsequent monitoring of Jack after his release. The mob did adapt its methods post-Gammitax. Agents observed that after the case, full family meetings ceased entirely. No more large gatherings like 1979, communications became need to know. Use of technology changed. Older bosses learned from trial and error that phones sank them, so many switched to pay, as-you-go cell phones or relayed messages via intermediaries. The concept of compartmentalization took hold. Crews operated more independently to avoid a conspiracy dragnet. This arguably made future prosecutions harder. The deterrent effect was partial. Mid-level mobsters saw that even if caught, sentences were survivable. Jack had been there less than 3 years, many others were similar. As one FBI official lamented anonymously, these guys viewed it as a cost of doing business. We didn't have anyone flipping like in New York. So the family business slowed but did not stop. gambling rackets resumed by the mid-2000s once key players reassembled. The trial aired out decades of mob links, arguably reducing the mob's intimidation factor. For example, some local bookies, seeing the mob weakened, started operating without kicking up a share, at least until the mob reasserted itself by the mid-2000s. Labor unions, hearing the FBI's boast of a stake through the heart, likely felt emboldened to push out any vestiges of the mob. The Mafia's corruption of local government also waned. Indeed, after gang attacks, no Detroit city officials were publicly tied to mob influence, unlike prior eras. It's as if the mob, chastened, retrenched into a stealthier mode of operation, focusing on core, consensual crimes, gambling loans, and avoiding the limelight entirely. In sum, Operation Gamitax was a landmark strike that convicted the Detroit mob's leadership and temporarily disrupted its activities. But the operation's legacy is nuanced. It demonstrated the family's resilience and ability to regenerate under new leadership, with Jackie Giacalone adopting modified tactics, thereby allowing the Detroit partnership to survive into the new century, albeit ever more quietly. In the late 1970s, Detroit's mob became entangled in the infamous casino skimming schemes that several Midwest Mafia families orchestrated in Las Vegas. Specifically, Detroit, spearheaded by underboss Anthony "Tony" Z. Zerilli and capo Michael Polizzi, secretly acquired a hidden interest in the Aladdin Hotel and Casino on the Vegas Strip. Working with mob-connected Vegas investors, they aimed to skim casino profits off the books, funneling untaxed cash back to Detroit bosses, bypassing reported earnings. Additionally, later evidence showed that Detroit had a stake in the Frontier Hotel through frontmen and a planned stake in the new Edgewater Casino in Laughlin. The scheme's scope was multi-million-dollar. At its height, prosecutors alleged that Detroit's cut from these casino scams was in the hundreds of thousands annually. This operation came to a head with a series of federal prosecutions in the mid-1970s and early 1980s. Anthony Zerilli relocated to Vegas in the early 1970s to pursue casino investments with mob approval. Tony was indicted in 1975 in a case separate from but parallel to the famous Chicago-Kansas City strawman case for attempting to conceal his interest in the Aladdin. In 1976, he was convicted of federal offenses, conspiracy to defraud the U.S. by hidden casino ownership, and sentenced to 4 years. Zerilli was caught on tape bragging about Vegas interests to an FBI informant, which triggered a federal investigation. That record was played at the Nevada Gaming Commission hearings, which was a shame for Tony and the mob. He also lost the chance to become the boss due to his legal troubles. Michael "Big Mike" Polizzi was also charged and convicted alongside Zerilli in the Aladdin case. Polizzi had served as the frontman, using associates like businessman James Tamer as the face. Tamer actually managed the Aladdin for a period. Polizzi went to prison with Tony. Peter Vitale and Raffaele Quasarano were implicated in helping launder or invest skim proceeds, but were not convicted in the Vegas skim case. Vitale and Quasarano were later convicted in a related extortion case involving a Detroit cheese company, possibly to raise funds for Vegas ventures. James Tamer was convicted in Nevada for skimming from the Aladdin in a separate trial in 1979. In the 1998 Taco trial, evidence emerged that Detroit had profited from the sale of the Frontier Hotel. Detroit fronts had shares in it. They were sold in the 1980s for a $4.2 million profit. Also, documents indicated that Detroit attempted to invest in the new Edgewater Casino project. Nevada regulators denied the permanent license, suspecting mob influence. Post-skim, Detroit's mob likely became more cautious about high-profile ventures. The embarrassment of public Nevada hearings taught them that owning pieces of casinos or large public companies was a lightning rod. Indeed, after the Aladdin affair, Detroit LCN mostly stuck to lower-profile local schemes and laundered money through quieter businesses like Taco's property deals. In short, the Las Vegas skim saga was a catalyst for Detroit's transition from the golden era to the RICO era, hastening leadership turnover and prompting a strategic retreat to safer rackets. It provided a template for prosecutors, tying distant crimes to Detroit bosses, and seeded some of the evidence later used against Jack Taco in 1998. The skim was a bold gambit that brought short-term gains but long-term pain for the Detroit combination. In the mid-1980s, the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office targeted the significant illegal sports betting network operating in Detroit's downriver suburbs. Dubbed the Pizza Connection, locally, unrelated to the famous heroin case, but because a pizzeria owner was involved, this ring accepted sports wagers and numbers bets out of several small businesses, including a pizza parlor and bar, funneling profits to higher-ups believed to be affiliated with the Detroit mob. The operation was sizable at the local level. Authorities estimated it handled over $20,000 in bets weekly, including NFL and college football parlays, and the traditional Detroit lottery clearinghouse numbers on a 3-digit daily draw. While not a federal case, it's notable as a state-level strike, presumably coordinated with federal interests. Thomas "Tommy" Prue, nominal defendant, a bar owner in River Rouge, MI, accused of running a betting wire room from his tavern's back room. He was charged as a ringleader. Dominic Fats Bomarito, an alleged made man in Detroit LCN and relative of Capo Frank the Bomb Bomarito. Though not arrested in the initial raid, investigators suggested he was the silent partner behind Prue's ring, taking a cut. Joseph DeSanto, owner of Joey D's Pizzeria, another hub for bets, charged with bookmaking and known to socialize with Giacalone crew members according to surveillance logs. Assorted runners and agents, about a dozen others, bartenders, a taxi dispatcher who took phone bets, etc., were indicted for gambling conspiracy. State police and local officers, some posing as bettors, placed wagers at the establishments and via known agents multiple times, documenting the transactions. With cooperation from the state court, they secured a wiretap on a telephone line at Prue's bar for about 30 days. This yielded recorded calls of people placing bets and of Prue discussing point spreads with an unnamed boss on another line. The identity of the other party wasn't revealed, but state agents hinted it was a higher-ranking mob figure. Agents conducted physical surveillance, observing clandestine meetings where envelopes of cash were handed off. Notably, one such dead drop was observed in which an envelope was passed from Prue's bartender to a man resembling Dominic Bomarito's description. Photos were taken, but were grainy. Raid searchers seized betting slips, tally sheets showing daily handle and payouts, and one ledger listing initials and dollar amounts that the prosecution argued corresponded to payments up the chain. For example, weekly net profits with entries like DB $500, which they alleged meant Dominic Bomarito's share. This was a lower profile case and did not involve the full force of RICO, but it had outcomes. Most defendants, including Prue and DeSanto, took plea deals to misdemeanor gambling charges or low-level felony conspiracy with probation. Prue got 1-year probation and a fine. DeSanto received a similar sentence, reflecting perhaps the difficulty in getting witnesses to testify about the mob linkage or a lack of appetite to imprison non-violent offenders heavily. The higher-up, Dominic Bomarito, was not indicted in the case, possibly due to insufficient admissible evidence tying him directly, and the ledger alone was too circumstantial. However, his name surfaced in court filings. It was an open secret that he was the implied Mr. Big behind the ring, which likely pressured him to lay low thereafter. This case did not cripple the Detroit mob's gambling, it was more of a nuisance hit. But it did temporarily remove a few betting outlets. While not nearly as earth-shaking as the federal cases, the downriver bookmaking bust had some consequences. It signaled that local authorities were also watching gambling. Traditionally, the mob dealt with periodic raids as a cost of business, but a coordinated wiretap case was something they took notice of. Detroit LCN likely tightened up how bets were taken, for example moving from fixed phone lines in bars to pagers and payphones for more security after 1985. After this case, the mob might have reassigned who handled downriver betting. A few smaller independent bookies may have started paying the mob for protection to avoid being the next target. It was an example of how the Detroit mob was deeply embedded in the community, using everyday storefronts like pizza shops to conduct illicit trade. Sports bribery case uncovered a game-fixing scheme where Detroit area gamblers corrupted college athletes to manipulate game scores, a departure from traditional mob rackets, but within its wheelhouse of illegal gambling. Between 2004 and 2006, the conspirators bribed players on the University of Toledo, Ohio football and basketball teams to deliberately influence games, for example by shaving points, winning by less, or in football, missing coverage spreads. They then bet heavily on those games in Las Vegas and with offshore sportsbooks. The scope was significant over 2 seasons, at least $407,000 on Toledo games, generating approximately $200,000 in illicit profits. Not all of the bets were successful, but many of them were. A Detroit area businessman and high-stakes gambler of Lebanese descent, Mitchell Ed Karam, age 76 at the time of the indictment, had long-standing ties to Detroit mobsters and was once known to pal around with Jack Lucido. Karam was the financier and organizer who provided bribes and coordinated bets. Ghazi Gary Manny, age 52, a Sterling Heights, MI resident who acted as the point man interfacing with athletes. Manny was of Chaldean, Iraqi Christian background, a community known in Detroit for involvement in bookmaking. Manny recruited and paid the Toledo players and often traveled to meet them to deliver instructions. 7 former UT athletes were charged, including star basketball player Sammy Villegas and 3 football players. They were the ones who altered their play, for example, intentionally missing shots, committing turnovers, or, in one case, a running back admitted to purposely fumbling in a bowl game. No formal charges were laid against any Detroit mob member. Still, the FBI believed Karam and Manny were associates of the Detroit partnership and possibly working with the blessing of higher-ups. Indeed, confidential informants hinted that Karam had once been close to Vito Giacalone and that some proceeds found their way to mob gambling pools, though this wasn't proven in court. The FBI and IRS conducted a joint investigation, Operation Turnaround, including a Title III wiretap on Manny's phone. They recorded around 130 calls between 2005 and 2006, during which Manny spoke with players about specific game situations and with Karam about maximizing bets. Early on, one Toledo basketball player, Sammy Villegas, got caught by the FBI. In 2008, he flipped, providing detailed accounts of how he was paid $10,000 to fix games and identifying Manny and Karam as the bagmen. Likewise, football player Harvey Scooter McDougal cooperated after pleading guilty, admitting he was a middleman between Manny and teammates. Ed Karam pleaded guilty in 2013 to conspiracy to influence sporting contests through bribery. Because of his age and health, he received a relatively light sentence of 27 months in prison, plus fines. He admitted to also fixing horse races in Tampa, which was added to the sentence, and defrauding investors in Detroit real estate, which was also rolled into the plea. Gary Manny initially fought charges but eventually pleaded guilty in 2015 mid-trial to the same conspiracy. He got roughly 46 months in prison. Of the 7 athletes, all pleaded guilty to various charges, including conspiracy, bribery, or imprisonment. Most received probation or very short sentences. The harshest went to Villegas, who got a year in prison, and McDougal, who got 2 months of house arrest. The judge in Ohio showed leniency, given that these young men were manipulated and faced lifelong consequences, including ruined careers. No Detroit mob figure was charged, yet in Manny's sentencing, the prosecutor noted he was introduced to the scheme by organized crime associates in Detroit. This case showed the Detroit mob's evolution into new arenas. Rather than shy away from new criminal opportunities, their associates spearheaded a sophisticated sports corruption scheme. It highlighted the partnership with the Chaldean and Arab gambling network. Detroit's Italian mob has long coexisted with a parallel Middle Eastern gambling network in the region. Manny and Karam, both Chaldean Lebanese, underscore how the mob would collaborate across ethnic lines when it was beneficial. Even after these two went down, the broader relationship between Italian LCN and Chaldean bookmakers persisted. Operation Third Party 2006. As sports betting moved online in the 2000s, the Detroit partnership adjusted by funneling wagers through offshore betting websites while handling cash collection locally. In 2006, the FBI's Detroit office, working with the IRS, targeted a network in which Detroit mob-linked bookies acted as intermediaries for a Costa Rica-based sports betting site. The scope involved dozens of local bettors who would place bets via a toll-free number or website using accounts set up by the bookies. The bookies then settled debts in person. If a bettor lost, they paid the bookie cash. If they won, the bookie paid out, and the bookies in turn settled up with the offshore house. The scheme effectively outsourced record-keeping to offshore locations where US law was hard to enforce, and allowed the mob to avoid having physical betting slips or phone calls recorded. Jack the Phobia, Jackie Giacalone, was allegedly the mastermind. However, he was acquitted and indicted in 2006 under RICO and IGBA Illegal Gambling Business Act as a principal of the ring, and accused of overseeing the whole agent network and extorting underlings. Peter Specs, Tocco, a key crew leader, pled guilty. He acted as a top agent and money collector, handling large clients' accounts. Anthony Tony Palazzolo was another defendant who managed a subset of bettors and also had a role in laundering proceeds via a check-cashing business. 14 others, including low-level agents such as a bar owner who hosted betting terminals, a car dealership employee who laundered cash through false car sales, and a bank teller who structured deposits. It was a fairly wide net, showing the support network for moving money. The FBI inserted an undercover agent posing as a wealthy gambler to sign up with one of the mob's agents. That agent, unaware, gave him a login and witnessed him lose significant sums. The agent then collected cash from the undercover, which was recorded. This first-hand proof tied specific defendants to offshore accounts. In a coup, US agents, with the cooperation of Costa Rican officials, obtained server records from the sportsbook used. These logs detailed all bet transactions tied to agent codes. It confirmed enormous volumes of bets attributable to Jackie Giacalone's ring. One agent code, allegedly Giacalone's, accounted for more than $2 million in wager volume in 2005 alone, according to the prosecutors. FBI recorded conversations of agents discussing settling up on Mondays, a traditional bookie practice, and mentioning code words like, "His sheet is heavy this week." One call had Pete Tocco telling another agent, "We owe the office in Costa 80 grand, so collect hard," implying they had a significant loss to pay offshore. This call was a smoking gun presented in plea bargaining. IRS traced money flows. Agents would deposit cash in structured amounts under $10,000 into the bank accounts of shell companies, such as a sham consulting company, which would then wire it to a foreign account. Multiple deposits just under the reporting threshold in a short span gave them away. Bank CCTV even caught one runner making 4 $9,000 deposits in different branches on the same day, classic structuring flagged by FinCEN. Faced with evidence, a younger bookie named in the case flipped and detailed the hierarchy. He testified that he once delivered $50,000 directly to Jackie Giacalone in a supermarket parking lot, while Giacalone sat in his car wearing sunglasses. Jackie Giacalone fought the charges at trial. The jury acquitted him on all counts, which was a major defeat for prosecutors. It's believed the lack of any direct recordings of him created reasonable doubt. Pete Tocco pleaded guilty just before trial to a gambling conspiracy. He was sentenced to 28 months in prison and served between 2007 and 2009. Tony Palazzolo also pleaded, receiving 22 months and forfeiting $100,000. Others mostly pleaded to lesser charges, such as using a wire facility for betting. They got probation or served a few months. In total, over a dozen convictions were secured, but the mob's top man walked free, which was a mixed outcome. The government seized about $500,000 in cash and assets, including a couple of luxury cars, from various defendants as part of plea agreements. In this section, our special focus is on the racketeer-influenced and corrupt organizations, RICO Act era, electronic eavesdropping breakthroughs, the near absence of turncoat witnesses in Detroit, and the cumulative impact these had on the combination's operations. Before the late 1970s, Detroit's mob avoided large prosecutions in part by compartmentalizing crimes and benefiting from reluctant witnesses. The advent of RICO in 1970 changed that dynamic by allowing prosecutors to charge the entire pattern of racketeering, combining decades of offenses into a single case. Detroit was relatively late in applying to RICO. The first full-family RICO indictment occurred in 1996, but its impact was profound. With RICO, prosecutors no longer needed a single defendant to have committed all acts, showing each was part of the enterprise sufficed. In Detroit, this meant Jack Tocco could be nailed as boss even if underlings handled day-to-day crimes, a strategy that succeeded in 1998. Jack was convicted of conspiracy. While acquitted of direct extortion, RICO allowed stiff sentences and asset forfeiture. Detroit's wise guys saw mid-90s. RICO indictments sent peers in New York, Boston, etc. to prison for over 20 years and stripped them of fortunes. Detroit's prosecutors sought to do the same. In practice, Detroit judges were more lenient. For example, Jack Tocco's sentence was notably below guidelines. Still, the threat of lengthy RICO sentences likely deterred some younger mobsters from engaging in risky activities. The pattern charges gave the feds leverage over Detroit's family. Multiple predicate charges carried the potential for 30-year sentences, a powerful incentive to deal. However, Detroit's family was uniquely resistant. Only one made man, Nove Tocco, cooperated under RICO pressure. This is in stark contrast to other families where dozens flipped. Likely, Detroit's familial structure, "we'll take care of your family if you go to prison," helped counteract RICO's carrot stick. RICO conspiracy extends the scope of evidence. Detroit's 1996 case traced back to acts from the 1970s, for example, the casino skim, because they were part of the ongoing pattern. This meant old, seemingly buried crimes resurfaced. The mob responded by being more cautious with record-keeping and associations, knowing that decades of their history could be rolled into one case. Beyond RICO, other laws helped. The Hobbs Act was applied to Detroit's street tax and union extortions. Title III wiretap statute of 1968 matured into routine use by the 80s to spy on mob communications. New financial regulations, such as the Bank Secrecy Act, made money laundering a crime in the 90s. In particular, the money laundering statutes of 1986 became a potent tool. For example, the 2006 gambling case charged laundering for how they washed betting money. The adoption of the 1987 federal sentencing guidelines reduced judicial discretion. Detroit initially benefited from lenient judges, for example, O'Meara in 1998, but after appellate intervention, stricter resentences followed guidelines more closely. Knowing this, many Detroit mob defendants opted to plead to lesser offenses to avoid draconian guideline ranges. For instance, in the 2006 case, all but Giacalone took pleas to avoid RICO's heavily recommended terms. The mob leadership likely encouraged pleas to limit trials where more secrets could come out. Electronic surveillance was the linchpin of modern cases. Detroit FBI agents became pioneers in long-term physical surveillance, the dedicated squad formed in 1977, an innovation at the time, and in deploying audio devices. Starting in the late 1970s, the FBI obtained Title III intercepts on key mob phones with DOJ Strikeforce backing. Early taps hit Jimmy Q. Quasarano's business and some crew payphones, yielding intelligence on hierarchy but not immediate prosecutions. In the mid-1990s, taps on Giacalone crew phones and bookmakers provided evidence directly used in court. Notably, a 1994 tap on a phone at the Athletic Club bar caught conversations about Jack Tocco's instructions for collecting gambling debts. Detroit mobsters responded by frequently switching to payphones or drop phones. By the 2000s, as cell phones rose, the mob was initially caught off guard. Some 2005 to 06 cell taps were fruitful, but then they adapted. They started using prepaid burner phones that they changed frequently, which became the standard for sensitive talk. The FBI placed environmental listening devices, bugs, in places like Jack Tocco's Social Club and the Timberland Game Ranch in 1979. The agents who trespassed and listened behind an archery target effectively served as human bugs. In the 1990s, a famous bug was placed in an East Side Detroit diner frequented by Tony Giacalone, which captured tidbits of coded conversations. One example, Giacalone saying, "The peanuts are salted," interpreted as meaning a bribe was accepted, per FBI memos. However, the usefulness of bugs is limited by code speak and the risk of detection. Detroit mobsters were particularly surveillance-wary. In a sound clip from a bug, one capo is heard warning another, "Don't say nothing fucking dumb, these walls got ears." By the 2000s, the FBI was using GPS trackers on suspected mob cars with warrants when needed. Surveillance logs indicate they tracked Jackie Giacalone's car to various meeting spots in 2014, confirming he was meeting with multiple crew leaders. This was reported to a grand jury seeking to establish him as acting boss. No indictment came, but the intel was gathered. Also, poll cameras were installed near known mob hangouts. One outside a Macomb County strip club in 2010 recorded a pattern of late-night meetings among alleged mobsters, though it's unclear if charges resulted. Detroit mobsters actively countered surveillance. They swept for bugs. Jack Tocco's home was found to contain an old listening device, per FOIA released documents, indicating that he or someone else discovered it. They also fed disinformation on phones. For example, Vito Giacalone once famously ended a call with, "All right, love you, bye," when speaking to an underling, as if it were a family call. The FBI believed he did that, knowing they were listening, to disguise the nature of the call. The mob also exploited face-to-face meetings in secure locations. The Giacalones used to hold talks at busy public events, such as walking around the horse track and blending into crowds to lose any tails. Post-1996, Jackie Giacalone was known to arrange road trips, drive in a car with a Confederate, both leave phones behind, and discuss business while continuously moving to foil stationary bugs or short-range mics. In recent years, the FBI presumably employs internet and cyber monitoring, such as tracking mobsters' email or monitoring social media of their associates. However, the mob likely avoids written digital communication. Some mobsters use bare bones, flip phones without text or internet as a security measure. As detailed, Nove Tocco is the lone made man who testified in open court against another made man in Detroit. Even then, he was reluctant. Nove Tocco refused to implicate Tony Zerilli and only spoke about Jack. His partial cooperation helped prosecutors on appeal, but didn't unravel the family. After him, no other inducted member is known to have flipped to this day as of 2025. That's quite a remarkable stat. Nove Tocco entered witness protection for a while under an alias in another state after his 2002 release. His coming forward publicly in 2025 suggests he feels enough time has passed or the threat has diminished. Federal agents famously boasted in 1996 of having driven a stake through the heart of the mob. In retrospect, this was overstated. While the 1990s cases put many leaders away briefly, nearly all returned to the streets by the early 2000s. Detroit's decline was more attritional: old age, lack of recruitment, and legitimate competition, like legal casinos and lotteries, reducing gambling profits, probably hurt more than prosecutions did. Decapitation, in the sense of permanently removing leadership, didn't fully occur. Jack Tocco resumed boss duties after prison until 2014. Tony Zerilli did retire after his 2002 conviction, but he lived until 2023, albeit no longer in power. The Giacalones largely evaded serious prison. Tony Jack died before the trial, and Billy Jack served 6 years. Thus, the heads mostly survived. The strategy became one of constant pressure and monitoring, the slow bleed, hoping attrition and diminished operations would eventually suffocate the family. However, enforcement significantly changed mob behavior. The mob became extremely low-key and camouflaged. Post-RICO, no more flamboyant social club gatherings or high-visibility crew hangouts. Jack Tocco forbade members from even using the word capo or Italian terms publicly after 1996. He instructed them to act like legitimate businessmen 24/7. They embraced non-traditional communication. They also outsourced risky tasks more to associates. For example, let Chaldean gangsters handle drug dealing, use bikers for violence if needed to keep a distance. This mosaic approach kept them from drawing another big RICO. Indeed, Detroit LCN hasn't faced a big family-wide indictment since 1996, indicating enforcement never got a second clean shot at the whole group. Some in law enforcement believe RICO achieved decentralization of Detroit OC. By jailing bosses for short terms and seizing some assets, it pushed more criminal activity into loosely affiliated independent crews, like the Chaldean betting ring, which remained somewhat independent. This fragmentation meant less centralized power, but also made it harder to mount a single case to wipe out everyone. In conclusion, Detroit's mob proved a stubborn target. Sophisticated surveillance and RICO law certainly hurt them, convicting leaders, yielding intelligence, and deterring some open crimes. But the unusual solidarity and caution of the Detroit family blunted some of these tools' ultimate effect. As ex-Strike Force Chief Keith Corbett reflected, most of them avoided long, if any, prison sentences, and the family continued in a quieter form. The game became one of endurance, law enforcement waiting for time and attrition to do what informants in big cases did not, whereas the mob adjusted to live in the shadows and sustain for the long haul. The result by the 2020s is a Detroit partnership much reduced in profile and power, but notably still intact, a testament to how the limits of RICO and surveillance met the limits of Omerta in Detroit. In this section, we focus on understanding how the Detroit combination made and hid its money in the modern era, which sheds light on its scale and adaptability. Sports gambling and bookmaking is consistently the top earner. By the 1980s to 90s, FBI analysts estimated illegal gambling, sports bets, numbers racket, accounted for well over 50% of the Detroit family's income. One prosecution in 1996 attributed millions in annual handle to the family. In the 2000s, as mentioned, sports betting remained robust. An FBI informant in 2010 suggested the mob was taking in at least $20 to $30 million a year in gross wages, with actual profit a more minor cut from combined betting operations. Gambling's relative importance likely increased as other rackets dwindled, unions dried up, and so on. It's not an exaggeration to say that by the 2010s, bookmaking was the Detroit mob's lifeblood. Some experts say 70 to 80% of revenue. Loan sharking is a steady, if secondary, contributor. Loan sharking dovetails with gambling, as losers need loans to pay, and also serves outsiders, like shady businessmen. Though hard to quantify since interest is off books, incidents suggest significant volume. For example, in the 2006 case, one gambling agent alone had $250,000 on the street in sharked loans, paying a kick-up to Pete Tocco. Loan sharking accounted for maybe 10 to 15% of mob income in recent decades, as a conservative estimate. But beyond raw income, it has synergy. It extends mob influence. Debtors can be exploited for favors, businesses seized, etc., which yields profit or strategic gain indirectly. Traditional extortion, like the street taxes, likely shrank as the mob kept a lower profile. By the 2000s, extortion was opportunistic. Extortion revenue may make up 5 to 10% of income and is hard to formalize due to its episodic nature. Fraud and white-collar crimes likely contributed a modest but growing share, say 5 to 10% in the 2000s. Union and labor corruption was nearly nil by the 2010s as remaining union-affiliated mobsters aged out or got busted in separate corruption cases. We may also guess that the mob tacitly allowed others, like the Black Mafia family, to handle drugs, and they may have a cut. Converting illicit cash to apparently legitimate assets has always been crucial. Detroit mobsters employed a variety of laundering channels. The simplest method funnels illegal money into businesses that inherently deal in cash, mixing dirty with clean, such as restaurants, bars, nightclubs, vending machine companies, strip clubs, and racetracks. Jack Tocco had interests in restaurants and a golf club through fronts like Simon Thomas, which could absorb mob cash as daily receipts. Similarly, many mob-associated bookies had side businesses, like car washes or video stores, and used them to filter betting cash. Detroit mob figures, especially Jack Tocco and his brother, heavily used real estate. They'd buy land or buildings, often via shell companies or relatives, improve or develop using some illicit funds to cover costs, then sell at a profit. Profits would return ostensibly clean as real estate sale gains. The Royal View Estates housing development is an example, likely seeded with some mob capital and sold homes for millions. Land records show Tocco and partners paid for utility installation in cash lumps, which might have been illegal funds. The mob often used shell corporations, paper companies, to move money. In the 2006 gambling case, Giacalone's crew routed funds through a sham import-export company and a network of accounts in the names of various LLCs to wire money out without linking directly. They also practiced structuring, breaking large deposits into sub-$10,000 chunks to avoid currency transaction reports. The Axetilla case described how he had 16 prior fraud convictions, likely using multiple shell companies over time. The mob would have allied professionals, accountants, or lawyers set up these entities. Detroit's family historically had a mob-linked CPA, but by the 2000s, many such professional facilitators were too wary or had passed on. Ironically, legal casinos offered avenues for laundering. Mob associates could buy casino chips with cash, gamble minimally, then cash out for a check. The casinos file CTRs for big buy-ins, but if done in smaller increments or with complicit cashiers, it could fly under the radar. There was an incident in which an associate intentionally lost big at Motor City Casino to launder a chunk of cash. The loss basically paid the house a fee to get the remainder cleaned via a check of winnings. No public charges, but it's a known technique. Post 190 with globalization, the Detroit mob used offshore accounts, especially for internet betting. The use of wire transfers to Costa Rica in the 2000s was also a form of laundering, moving illicit betting revenue out as if it were payments for consulting services to foreign entities. Those foreign accounts could then invest back in the US or fund mob members abroad. After the 9/11 Patriot Act, the law became tougher, with increased banking scrutiny. The Detroit mob also employed frontmen to hold assets. Jack Tocco's legitimate empire was partly in his name, but anything delicate was often in others' names. For example, the hidden owners of the Aladdin Casino in the 70s, or Simon Thomas as a front for the country club liquor license. In the modern context, that meant, for instance, that Jackie Giacalone, while claiming no income, had assets titled in his wife's or other family members' names, making it hard for the IRS to attach them. His tax case in 2021 belabored how little was officially in his name, even as he lived well. Some mobsters used more sophisticated means, like insurance policies. One of Jack Tocco's co-defendants, an associate named Ralphie Gallis, in the 1990s invested illegal cash in whole life insurance policies, which he later borrowed against or cashed in to yield clean funds. It was a method uncovered by the IRS and noted in a forfeiture filing. Over the years, authorities seized various properties and monies from Detroit mob figures, offering glimpses of their wealth. Overall, Detroit's family has been relatively successful in protecting its core assets. Unlike, say, the Mafia Commission case, which levied huge forfeitures in New York. Detroit's combination didn't have to surrender multi-million-dollar crime proceeds in one fell swoop, partly because prosecutors couldn't always find them. The FBI believed Jack Tocco had at least $10 million in legit wealth. By the 2000s, much of it presumably seeded by earlier rackets. When Jack died in 2014, he left behind substantial estates. News reports mentioned trust funds for each of his 8 children, likely mostly legal money by that point. The enduring takeaway is that the Detroit mob was run like a business by men with financial savvy. Jack and many family members had business degrees. They diversified income sources, kept illicit money flows, relatively modest per scheme to avoid giant red flags, and laundered gains into enduring assets that could sustain their families for decades. Law enforcement made dents, draining some resources via defense costs, fines, and small forfeitures, but the partnership was never outright impoverished by government action. Indeed, the FBI's Greg Stejskal noted in 2021 that they always had lots of money behind legitimate fronts, which is why many thought they were legit. This financial camouflage was key to surviving into the leaner 21st century. By living off laundered reserves and smaller steady incomes, the Detroit mob persisted where others that relied on flashy big scores and lost big forfeitures fell apart. Detroit's underworld after the 1970s became more pluralistic, with the rise of biker gangs, drug cartels, distributors, and ethnic crime rings such as Chaldean, Albanian, etc. How did the old-school LCN fit in? Detroit has a significant presence of biker gangs. Historically, bikers and the combination occupied different niches. Bikers in drugs, strip clubs, mob in gambling, loans. Generally, the Detroit mob and biker clubs maintained a non-aggression understanding. In the 1990s, an Outlaws MC chapter and the Detroit mob allegedly cooperated in some stolen goods, fencing, and possibly co-managed a strip club extortion racket. If conflicts arose, they were resolved diplomatically. For example, when a mob-tied pawnshop was firebombed in 2000 by bikers upset over territory, Jack Tocco and Outlaws leaders arranged a meeting, and the mob ceded distribution of certain adult video vending to the bikers, avoiding escalation. Black gangs, such as YBI and BMF, and later Latino traffickers dominated Detroit's vast drug trade. The partnership here did not emulate New York's approach of trying to dominate street drug markets. Instead, they followed a live and let live approach. As long as those gangs didn't interfere with mob businesses, the mob left them be. In return, some black gang leaders respected mob territory. For example, a 1980s FBI heroin boss sought permission from Tony Giacalone to open a gambling house on the East Side, which Tony granted it with conditions of tribute. The mob quietly financed some independent drug dealers in the 1980s, expecting a return. Federal wire intercepts in 1988 picked up a Giacalone soldier complaining that a crack dealer he bankrolled hadn't paid the promised weekly cut, but instead of mob violence, the soldier wrote it off. When BMF, Black Mafia family, rose in the early 2000s, moving cocaine in Detroit, there was no sign of mob entanglement or conflict. The markets were separate. The Chaldean community in Detroit has many independent bookmakers and some organized rings, as seen in the Mani Karam case. The Italian mob and Chaldean networks frequently cooperate. Many Chaldean bookies paid the Italian mob a fee to operate or took layoff bets from the mob's larger book. Also, Chaldean liquor store owners often employed mob loan sharks. No serious conflicts are recorded. Instead, the mob gained access to Middle Eastern circles, and the Chaldeans received backing and protection. In recent years, southeastern Michigan has seen some Albanian and Romanian organized crime, mostly credit card skimming, stolen goods, etc. Detroit's mob appears to have minimal direct contact. One possible intersection was a Romanian credit card fraud ring in 2012 that laundered funds through a check-cashing business historically linked to a Detroit mob associate. If anything, the mob might passively invest in some of these schemes or charge a fee if those groups needed to operate in mob-controlled venues, like using a mob-run warehouse to stash stolen goods. In sum, the Detroit partnership has shown a remarkable internal cohesion. They avoided lethal rifts, preferring consensus and measured discipline, likely a key reason they outlasted many flashier, more volatile families. And externally, they adjusted to a changing underworld by coexistence and collaboration more often than confrontation. This pragmatic approach, focusing on quietly making money rather than fighting, allowed Detroit's mob to remain a factor even as it shrank and new players emerged. As former AUSA Corbett noted, unlike others, Detroit's family never ate itself alive from inside, which is perhaps the most significant contributor to its longevity.